Okay, committee, let's call things back to order. After lunch, we do have scheduled an election update from the Secretary of State's office. I see Director Schoen back there. Anyone else who might be coming forward with him or whatever, but come on up. Director, good to have you here today, and we look forward to a postmortem on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That is no longer with us.
Ty Schoen, the Election Director in the Secretary of State's office. Good afternoon, everybody. Early this morning at 10 o'clock, the State Canvassing Board did meet and certified the general election results this morning. Overall, before getting into any details and maybe entertaining questions you all might have, the election really went off with a great success. We used our new voting equipment, again, courtesy of this committee's work on the election readiness account. It's our second election using this equipment from Election Systems and Software, which again replaced 14-year-old equipment and in some counties up to 20 years old equipment. Functioned really well. We had on-site support within every one of our counties, which again brought great comfort not only to the counties, but also to our office and having that kind of coordination and assistance readily at hand. My hat definitely goes off to the county clerks because they had to put in place procedures, as some of you may know, under the guidance of the Department of Health to make sure that any voter under quarantine orders had the opportunity to vote. I know that was a difficult situation to be in, but each county had the procedures. They were able to accommodate anyone that did want to exercise their right to vote and found themselves in that quandary of being under quarantine orders. As far as voter turnout, which was exceptional, it was the highest voter turnout we've seen since 2008 as we look at voting age population. There was 62.6% that turned out that could have voted in this election. What is really remarkable, though, is we had a record number of 278,503 total ballots cast, and that's 22,000 more ballots than we've ever had cast in any election in the history of Wyoming. So it was a lot of voters to handle, and I think the counties did an exceptional job taking in the influx, particularly as it relates to election day registrations. I've certainly had a record in that as well. We don't know yet because the counties have 30 days to process that into our statewide voter registration system. So we'll know in the beginning of December to mid-December where we sit with that kind of participation on election day. As far as what comprised of those total ballots cast, there was 55,943 votes that were cast early at an absentee polling place, which made up 20% of our total ballots cast. There was 87,460 regular absentee ballots that were cast, which made up 31.4% of our total ballots cast. And then the remaining 134,100 ballots cast were actually at the polls on election day, which makes it 48.5% of the total ballots cast.
Director Schoen, regarding those absentee ballots, that percentage that you gave us collectively, I'm assuming that was much higher than it's ever been.
Mr. Chairman, yes, it was definitely higher. We haven't typically parsed out the early voting, which is called an absentee polling place, from the regular absentees. If we were to combine those, of course, we would be over 50%. But the actual mail-in ballots that require that inner envelope, that was where we had the 31.4%, which is still, I think, the highest we have had.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple other things to report would be in regards to just the political party status, particularly for a Constitution Party, a Libertarian Party. Oftentimes we see in the general election or presidential election year that they can flip from a minor party to major party depending on how many votes are cast for their candidate in the office of U.S. House of Representatives. And I'll report that both the Libertarian and Constitution Party, they achieved enough votes to remain a minor party. So they had just over 2%, but under 10%. And so they'll be a minor party going into the 2022 election. Another thing to note would be, and really thanks to Governor Gordon for allowing state employees to serve as poll workers in this election, being offered admin leave. And I think we had between 60 to 75 state employees take advantage of that and assist counties. And so I don't think we had many counties that said we have way too many workers. I think they had just enough. And so that was definitely helpful to our counties to have them working in that kind of capacity.
Director Schoen, they actually, rather than taking advantage, I think, thank goodness they stepped up, right? I mean, it was a case of not getting out of anything. It was a case of going across the street and really helping out.
Mr. Chairman, I agree 100%. Taking an 8 to 5 day and making it a 7 to 7 day and serving in that way is a big achievement.
Thank you. Okay.
And with that, I would just, I guess, entertain any questions the committee might have of me, any components of the election you might want to ask. That's all that I really wanted to report. It was a good election. Eyes are elsewhere, and we had a successful election. So.
Congratulations, by the way, and thanks for all your work in the months leading up to the incorporation of all the new equipment, and so glad it was online and worked well. Committee, any questions? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily a question, but I think all of us in this state owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to the Secretary of State's office and to the county clerks for handling this election under some very trying circumstances and handling it very well. I can't say enough in compliments to how well it was run. I think it's helped by the fact we have a good system. We don't mail out ballots that aren't requested, which I think is an invitation to trouble. I think the system that what they did in that respect worked very well. And I think we owe a tremendous debt of gratitude both to the Secretary of State's and particularly to the county clerks, where I'm perceiving just a fierce dedication to the integrity of our elections. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to take that opportunity to express, I hope on behalf of all of us, that we really appreciate the work that was done.
Very appropriate, Senator. Thank you. Questions, Representative Clem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I ditto that. It's pretty awesome to see our elections in Wyoming. Not so sure about elections elsewhere. Question though for you, as far as our voting equipment, I know Michigan has had some issues with some of their voting equipment, and I think 28 states have similar equipment. I didn't know if Wyoming was one of those states that has the same equipment, so just curious on that.
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clem, excellent question, and thank you for that. So we have election system and software as our vendor, and they're our statewide vendor. And so many of the articles we're reading of is with the Dominion vendor, which we used to have prior to this new equipment in 3 of our counties, but that's no longer the case.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Schuler, I think you had a question. And then we'll go to Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question. In our county, I had more than one, actually a handful of constituents that were concerned about driving from rural areas into be able to vote absentee because of the pandemic. And we talked quite a bit about drop boxes and, kind of maybe looking into something, maybe bringing something along that way in terms of legislation. But could you talk a little bit about that? And to my knowledge, I think Cheyenne might be the only place where we have those available right now. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Director Schoen, if I could ask you, given our circumstances, if you speak up, just so that all of our Zoomers can hear us out there, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, thanks for that question. We have quite a few counties. I want to say it's 5 or 6 that are actually utilizing drop boxes as well. But we did have certain counties that did open up their courthouse on election day to serve curbside specifically for those that were under quarantine orders. And that is where they provided that option for them to vote safely. rather than going to the polls. And so that's where we saw much of that curbside happening at a courthouse.
Further questions of the Secretary of State's office? Oh, sorry, Representative Bear, I had you on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's fine. I just wanted to jump on the bandwagon a little bit about giving some kudos to our county clerks. I accepted the invitation from our county clerk to go in and they tested the new voting equipment. It was a great experience and they did a great job.
So Director Schoen, is it too early for us to ask of anything that you're going to recommend to corporations, committees, and legislators in the future?
Mr. Chairman.
Any takeaways that we need to be aware of?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a list currently here in front of me. There have been some takeaways. I would prefer to have some time to really write that down and be able to speak clearly to them. But at this time, I don't have anything for the committee to present on that.
Like a really good soup, we got to wait for the carrots not to be crunchy. It's got to percolate for a little while. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schoen, appreciate your attendance. In regards to some of the recent issues that have come about in regards to a certain organization possibly violating campaign finance law, there's been quite a bit to say about that. My concern is I agree with the Secretary's take on it, but I also agree with an attorney that spoke about that. And the attorney's, for those that don't know, the attorney's stance was because the organization never advocated for or against an opponent, that they were then at that point not under campaign finance law, regardless of the fact that they were clearly participating, in my opinion, in electioneering. As the attorney on the opposite side put it, you dance with the law that brought you. Do you think that our law is sufficient at this time to cover situations like that? Because I guess I should preface this by saying, Mr. Schoen, it is my opinion, and it is my opinion of the intent of the legislature and the intent of the people of the state of Wyoming, that any efforts in regards to swaying an election one way or another, whether or not you actually come out and say, vote for or vote against this person, any efforts in that regard, the people have a general interest in regards to seeing who's spending that money. And I don't believe our law is up to the task. I do believe that there's a hole there. Do you think that there needs to be an update in regards to campaign finance?
Director Schoen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lindholm, with regards to this particular circumstance, just a quick update. We did send, the 21-day notice to this organization, requesting them to file their campaign finance report. That actually expired on November 4th, the day following the election. Since then, they have also attained legal counsel, and so we've actually referred that matter to the Attorney General. So I can't speak specifically about that. However, in regards to where our law is at, as it relates to, we're really talking about electioneering communications, and that is a new piece to our law that came into effect really in 2019. This is the first election we've seen it in play. And so it'll be interesting to see how this goes, and we will see whether or not our law really is up to the task. There's a difference between independent expenditures and electioneering communications. And so independent expenditure is where it does have a clearly identified candidate with a vote for or a vote against type message, where electioneering communication also has a clearly identified candidate or a ballot issue, but it's not a vote for or against. It's more of a reasonable appeal for or against, if you will. And I don't have what they call the magic words in front of me, which are clearly independent expenditures. But if it doesn't use those words, it generally falls into this electioneering communication, which is where this organization seems to fall. And we'll see where those cards fall, if you will, after we get through this.
So Director Schoen, just to put in with the co-chairman, I do think, I hear from a lot of constituents. Obviously, those of us who run for office have some frustration, I think, sometimes that, we get that people are going to throw rocks at the windshield. it's frustrating when we don't know who's throwing the rocks. And it is not just those who put their names on the ballot. I get it from a lot of constituents in my district saying, why in the world don't we know who these people are? And so I think I just want to get that out. Whoever is to serve in various roles going forward, I would think that a corporations committee would want to take that up a little bit and consider it. I'm not sure that our laws are up to speed. We can't question. There've got to be states that have dealt with organizations that you just referred to, are there not, Director Schoen?
Mr. Chairman, I know there has been, I don't have any particular studies or court cases in front of me. I do know that the law that we have in place for electioneering communications, and the name of the state is escaping me, but it's other states have a very similar structure in place. And so my understanding is that has withstood, a challenge, but we have yet to be challenged on it ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Committee, anything else for the director? Okay, Director Schoen, thank you. And once again, appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Committee, we're going to move on to the next topic for our consideration, boards and commissions. First up is the consideration of draft legislation on licensing of out-of-state professionals. LSO 135 version 0.3, universal occupational licensure. And Mr. Hewitt, good afternoon. If you would be willing to walk us through this bill, we would appreciate it.
Will do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And with your permission, I'd like to work off of alternative draft B, this bill, which is available online, but it's the latest version, and I think it's in better shape than 0.3. Would that be okay, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely. Mr. Hewitt, thank you. And hopefully the committee can retrieve that document as you get started.
Great, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, this is another draft of David Hopkinson's, and I'll walk you through it. The draft does two major things. First, it creates a new licensure process for folks who hold an out-of-state license. And second, it eases licensure requirements for military spouses. I'll start down at the bottom of page 1, and on to page 2, there's a staff comment. This alternative draft B, incorporates requested changes to the statute on licensure of military spouses. And I'll go over those changes when we get to 33.1.117 in section 2 of the draft. But starting with section 1 on page 3 of the bill, it provides a licensure process for individuals who hold an out-of-state license. So if you go to page 4, subsection B, paragraph 1, you'll see there's a requirement there for folks seeking licensure under the section to hold a relevant active license from another state. That state must mandate substantially equivalent or more stringent educational, training, examination, and experience requirements as determined by board rule. If you go to page 5, you'll see 4 subparagraphs, A through D. And these subparagraphs expound upon board's obligations to set rules to provide for licensure under this section. And subparagraph A requires educational equivalence to be determined by degree type. That was amended by the committee in September. Subparagraph B allows an examination requirement, which may be met by passing the same or earlier version of the exam. But this requirement shall be waived if a person has 10 years of experience. Subparagraph C requires work experience to be evaluated in accordance with subsection C, which we'll get to on the next page. And subparagraph D allows boards to require a Wyoming-specific exam. Again, that's an amendment the committee made at the last meeting. If you go down to the bottom, page 5,
Chairman.
You would allow me to interrupt, please. Senator Scott has a question.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having to work from working draft 3 because I do not have the other one. And my question is, subparagraphs A, B, C, and D, are they identical in the draft that Mr. Hewitt is working off from what was in the working draft 3?
Mr. Hewitt?
Mr. Chairman, if you can take a moment, I will pull up 0.3 and answer Senator Scott's question.
Mr. Co-Chairman, 2 of them.
One moment.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something real quick about working draft B too?
Absolutely.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, is actually the scariest moment of my year thus far is the Department of Defense called me about this bill, but they didn't say they were calling about this bill right off the get-go. So I naturally was pretty stirred up and terrified. But they were majorly in favor of the legislation, had some suggestions, and that's where working draft B comes from, is actually from the Department of Defense.
So
That's
the conversation started out, Naval Officer Lindholm.
no, the conversation started out, is this Tyler Lindholm? I said, who's this? And they said, the Department of Defense. And I said, do I need my attorney on the phone? They said no, so it was all good.
Yeah. Senator Nethercott almost got a phone call right there.
Yeah.
So back to where we were. Mr. Hewitt, are you able to track and answer for Senator Scott exactly how much of a modification has taken place?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to say thank you to Co-Chairman Lindholm for that most excellent delay in the proceedings so that I could pull up draft 0.3. And subparagraphs A through D are the same from alternative draft B. So, yeah.
Okay, Senator Scott, did you get that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you much. That eliminates a lot of concern I might have had.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hewitt, please continue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So down at the bottom of page 5, you'll see a paragraph 2, and this paragraph requires individuals to demonstrate competency in their occupation in order to be licensed under this section. On page 6, in paragraph 3, individuals cannot have engaged in any act that would constitute grounds for suspension, revocation, or refusal of an initial license. And then paragraph 4 on page 6, which is on line 13, requires individuals to complete an application and pay required fees. Continuing down to the bottom, page 6, subsection C requires boards to credit all relevant work experience when they're determining substantial equivalency or the competency requirement. And then on to page 7, subsection D exempts attorneys and professions with prescriptive drug authority from this section. And subsection E on line 13 on page 7 provides that this doesn't affect military service members' ability to be licensed under 33.1.116. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll take a pause there and see if there are any questions about this new section 33.1.120 to create this new licensure path for out-of-state folks.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a reminder from my comments last time, the history associated with these particular sections for the military spouses and the call from the Department of Defense to Chairman Lindholm is as a result of the need from F.E. Warren Air Force Base here in Cheyenne.
Thank you, Senator. So, Mr. Hewitt, my understanding is that the version that you just went through incorporates some of the concern that we're about to hear about during our public testimony. Is that, am I correct on that, hopefully?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to characterize a public testimony that may or may not be coming. We still have a section 2 in the draft, which goes into the section on licensure for military spouses. And that section has changed since the 0.3 version, somewhat significantly.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Committee, any questions thus far? Okay, Mr. Hewitt, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So now we're down at the bottom of page 7, and the bill draft opens up 33.1.117, which provides a licensure path for military spouses. And down at the very bottom of page 7, there's subsection B. And on to page 8, that subsection B has 4 paragraphs below it. And the first one, the first paragraph, which starts line 5 on page 8, requires folks, these military spouse folks seeking licensure, to hold a relevant active occupational or professional license in good standing from another state, which state mandates substantially equivalent or more stringent educational, training, examination, and experience requirements for licensure. Substantial equivalency shall be determined pursuant to rules, which shall be adopted by the licensing board from which the military spouse applicant seeks licensure. So what this draft does, as you can see on lines 7 through 12, is it eliminates that substantial equivalency requirement, thereby easing the path for military spouses to become licensed under this section. Continuing on to page 9, another subsection within 117 is amended, and that's subsection E. I'll first point out to you, and this is noted in the staff comment above, that on line 31 on page 9, there's a may. The sentence reads, pursuant to rules which may be adopted for this purpose, a professional or occupational licensing board may issue a temporary practice permit to a military spouse who meets the requirements of paragraph B1 of this section and who has applied for a license. So these temporary permits under this subsection for military spouses is currently permissive for licensing boards. I wanted to raise that issue for the committee's attention. The language continues on at the bottom of page 9 and on to page 10 to allow a temporary permit process for military spouses. And it's currently limited so that these temporary permits can only last for 120 days. On page 10, you'll see language increasing this to up to 3 years, so long as the spouse is making progress towards satisfying their unmet licensure requirements. So there's a significant change in the amount of time that these temporary permits could be good for. And then lines 5 through 7 on page 10 provides that boards cannot charge fees for these temporary permits. And then subsection G requires boards to inquire with applicants if they are a military spouse. And then section 3 at the bottom of page 10 requires boards to undergo rulemaking to implement this act. And section 4 on page 11 provides split effective dates for this act. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, committee? Any questions? Mr. Hewitt, thank you for walking us through that version. Committee, discussion, anything before we go to public comment?
Real quick, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ted, maybe I missed it, but we did have that provision that you are required to know Wyoming law per your licensing. Is that piece still in there?
Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, I'll point you to page 5, lines 16 through 20. So as a board is determining if another state has substantially equivalent requirements, the Wyoming board can require a person to take a Wyoming specific test.
Okay.
That subparagraph D provides.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, committee, let's go to public comment. Those who are here in the room today, if there's any comment on LSO 135, please come forward. Okay. Absolutely. Please come forward. If you state your name and anything that you might be affiliated with, that's helpful to the committee. So I would ask that you please speak up a little bit just so everyone can hear you.
Thank you. And if I don't speak high enough, let me know. My name is Gary Grigsby. I'm the Executive Director for the Wyoming Council of Engineering Companies of Wyoming. I represent about 60 firms across the state, which encompass about 650 employees that are engineers and surveyors. I'd like to speak more towards the surveying side. I am a professional engineer and a professional land surveyor in Wyoming and Colorado. We are asking that you exempt professional engineers and surveyors from this statute, the same as you do the attorneys and virtually the doctors. There are differences between states, and I understand that you're saying requirements, but your requirements can be experience, your requirements can be exams in other states. However, for instance, in the Eastern Coast, the original colonies, those surveyors work under meets and bounds, which is bearing and distance. Whereas out here in the West, we are a public land survey system, which is section, township, and range. And unless you have been trained under the township and range, the PLS, you may have same kind of requirements in those eastern states, education, experience, etc., but it still doesn't quite apply to the state of Wyoming. And so what we're reading here is that you're saying they can actually apply for a temporary license to set boundary. And as most of you know, I've grown up in Wyoming, land is one of those things that people are very possessive. And if you set it wrong, if you set their boundaries wrong, they get very upset. And so we're looking at this and saying that please reconsider, because if you issue a temporary license, is there any way for us to know it, those of us who are surveying, is that a temporary licensed boundary or monument, or is it going to be considered a true boundary monument? And so there's going to be some differences here that we don't quite understand that you're trying to get at. We do understand, and I grew up in a military household. I know what it's like to be military, but and we're not anti-military, but we are looking out for the profession of engineering and land surveying. And with that, we do think the exams are relevant and that the people need to be educated in the public land survey system, and that anyone coming into the state, there are plenty of jobs available, especially for land surveyors. We are running short of land surveyors all across the country. The National Engineering Testing Board, NCAA, they gave out, I think, and I don't know the exact number, over 700 exams across the United States. And out of that, only 500 and about 15 people passed the exam. We are running short of surveyors. There are plenty of surveying positions that are open. So someone coming into the state can easily get a job as a surveyor working under another license until they are licensed by the board. And to make them exempt and not have to do that and just be automatically issued a number that they can go out and set boundary control doesn't seem to jive. It doesn't seem to fit. It seems like the statute is pretty much only for the city of Cheyenne because of Warren Air Force Base, unless you're applying this also to the Guard. But what it means is that if it is relevant to the Guard, then if someone applies in Cheyenne, it doesn't quite meet the requirements, all they have to do is to move to another town in Wyoming and then check the box military, and they get an exemption and they get an automatic license issued, and that doesn't seem right. To get a license while you're still attending school to become an LS in Wyoming, that doesn't benefit our profession. So I'm willing to answer any questions, but we are asking that professional engineers and professional land surveyors be exempt from this statute.
Mr. Chairman. Sir, I wanted to ask you, I apologize, I didn't quite get your name. Is it Gary or Jerry?
Gary
Gary, I apologize. And what's your last name, Gary?
Grigsby, Grigsby.
Thank you, Gary. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, appreciate you being here. I'm a licensed individual myself, not a surveyor. I'm an electrician though, so, but still licensed under a government, right? Still got to take tests, still got to do all those aspects. Does your profession require an exam?
Yes, it does.
No, that's all I need to know. Is the exam, Mr. Chairman, is the exam put forth by this state board?
Mr. Grigsby?
It is, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, in the proposed legislation, it leaves it up to the state board whether or not to accept individuals based on their experience. So to your concerns, an individual could come forward from the East Coast and not be measuring in the right bounds and not know anything about townships or anything like that. And at that point, do you believe that your board would permit them to be licensed in the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Grigsby?
I think that our board believes that that's the way this is written, that they would then be asked to issue the temporary license. I don't think it's clear to our board, and I cannot speak for the board. I did try and contact them a couple of times, but Shannon Stanfield is out of town. But I think that they believe that that's the case.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you did talk to your board and they believe that it is written this way?
Yes.
When was that, Mr. Chairman, that you talked to them?
Last weekend, this morning.
So are they going off to the current draft, Mr. Chairman? Because this draft B just came out.
Probably not this morning.
Okay.
It just came out.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I believe it was within the last 3 or 4 days. So
Yeah.
I think your information might be a little bit dated. And we did amend some things to take that into consideration, was my concern.
Okay.
Really appreciate it, Mr. Grigsby. Thank you for that alert going. We'll eyeball that carefully as we move forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you for your testimony, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I do think that the witness has a point with regard to the surveying from the particularly the original 13 states, because the survey system we used was established by the Articles of Confederation in just before the Constitution got adopted. What I would offer to the engineers and surveyors is that I think this is a specialized case of the one we dealt with where people need knowledge of Wyoming specific laws. If there's something in this bill that doesn't work with regard to those individuals coming in that don't know our township and section range system, I'd be willing to work with them for an amendment that we could put on during session that would allow an examination on those specific points or practice under supervision for long enough. There's several ways you can skin that cat. And I think we could accommodate that fairly easily during session, Mr. Chairman. So that's my offer to the individual.
Thank you, Senator. And I know that would be appreciated. Ideally, you like to bring legislation that is closer to the finish line when you do get to a session, but we all know there's I think 27 steps left for a bill to clear after we approve it at this level. I'm not sure if that's correct, but it's close. So committee, anything else? Okay, anyone else here in person that would like to testify, please come forward. And then we do have a list and some folks gonna testify via Zoom this afternoon from the military primarily, but go ahead.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon. My name is Erin Gates. I am a professional engineer. I'm a member and a leader within the Wyoming Society of Professional Engineers. On behalf of WYSPE and the broader community of professional engineers and the public we serve in our work, we thank you for the opportunity to comment on the draft occupational licensure bill. Wyoming was the first state in the nation to require licensure of professional engineers, and that originally stemmed due to water rights issues. Other states followed in that belief. The licensed professional engineers are vital to protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the public. With many occupations, if the public isn't getting what they want, they can just go to another business. That's not the case with what most professional engineers do. While the average person may not think about professional engineers specifically, they do expect that the bridge they drive over, the buildings they enter, including the beautifully restored Capitol building, the cleanliness of their drinking water, and the products they use are designed safely. The average person might not know what it takes to be a structural engineer, a civil engineer, a chemical or mechanical engineer, but they value our work. We believe that the role that professional engineers play is vital and distinct from the variety of occupations that you may be addressing with this bill. We encourage you to exempt professional engineers from the sweeping universal occupational licensure legislation. There are ethical and competency requirements that professional engineers have to maintain. Should the draft legislation revert to that prior version, which is that B, that would prohibit new exemptions for out-of-state applicants for licensure, please exempt professional engineers. Applicants coming into Wyoming from other states need to know the design requirements and issues in the oil and gas industry, water rights, and other areas that are unique to Wyoming. The Wyoming Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Professional Land Surveyors should be able to determine not just that they practice elsewhere, but they are able to practice safely within Wyoming. We appreciate this committee's focus on the issues of military spouses. We agree in principle. We value the military and understand the special circumstances their spouses face. We believe that temporary licensure may not be necessary for every occupation and not for professional engineering. The process to become a licensed engineer in Wyoming is not extraordinary compared to other states. The Wyoming Board of Professional Engineers and Professional Land Surveyors has a track record of turning around the limited number of applications rather quickly that they have had to do in the last few years for military spouses. Given that turnaround, a temporary license creates unneeded bureaucracy. It's important to recognize the work of professional engineers is generally not temporary. The projects we work on last 20, 50, 100 years or more, and have significant impacts to the public's way of life. We thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. WYSPE appreciates your time and efforts. We stand ready to work with you to develop solutions that don't create unintended consequences to ensure that the health and safety of the public is a top priority. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you have, and the Wyoming Society of Professional Engineers would be happy to help with any assistance.
Ms. Gates, thank you. I guess I qualify as just slightly above average. You mentioned an average person not knowing much about engineering. I'm proud to say I've got a son who's a structural engineer, so you're right. The work they do is rather important. It helps to hold this ceiling up. And so thank you for your testimony. Any questions of Ms. Gates?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gates, I appreciate your testimony, and I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the same issue that we just previously heard. Do you believe your board to be competent enough to license members?
We do. We just don't want to put them in a situation where they may be granting licenses by law, by legislation, to somebody who is not qualified to be licensed in the state.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, Ms. Gates, have you read the bill?
We have read through it. We do know there's for the most part, it's a good bill, but we just don't want the unintended consequences that may happen.
Yeah, so Ms. Gates, the bill specifically states, it basically follows along the same lines on how your license came about. You have to be proven competent, you have to have a degree, you have to X, Y, Z. So they have to verify all of those things. So it's the same thing as if you're being verified. So how would that be different? Where's the unintended consequence?
We understand that, but I think our biggest issue is with the temporary license, what is really involved with this temporary license, and is somebody going to be licensed for 3 years under a temporary license when what, for the most part, we're designing lasts much longer than that. And a seal for a professional engineer doesn't have an asterisk on it if they're a temporary licensee. How does the public know that maybe they're still working and doing things, but not necessarily completely licensed? There are many opportunities for an applicant to work under a professional engineer and under their license while they're getting licensed. We're just asking for engineers to be exempt from this legislation.
Ms. Gates,
Go ahead,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman,
Gates,
then I'll
I-
go to Representative Blackburn.
Yeah, I suspect that you're not going to be the last organization to come forward and just exempt us. I mean, the reality is these individuals under this legislation would have to come forward with already having, they would already have to have their stamp from another jurisdiction within the United States of America. Thereby, and they would have to be, it would have to be relatively equivalent.
And we understand that. It's just, this is our position as an organization.
I think that's where it comes down to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gates, you, excuse me, you mentioned your turnaround time for the military. Do you do something special for that turnaround time to have it be quicker? And what is that turnaround time?
Through your
Ms.
chair.
Gates?
We have talked to the board staff. They were not able to give us exact numbers. In the time that this has been in place, there's only been one person who has requested this, but our board is very attentive to these issues.
Follow-up, Representative, or are you good?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gates, so can we get an answer or we just don't know? We don't know how much time it takes. We don't know if we're doing something special for the military.
Ms. Gates, another shot at it?
Through you, Chair. That would be a direct question through our licensing board, who our executive director is out of the office right now, but they would have that data. We could certainly look into it.
Okay, thank you. Senator Nethercott.
I'll pass right now, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you. Committee, anything else for Ms. Gates and the Society of Professional Engineers? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. I think we have someone else to testify who's here in person, and then we're going to go to Colonel Benetti and others from the military. So, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jennifer Gorman. I'm the Executive Director for the Board of CPAs. I just wanted to state that I didn't realize that there was an alternate draft B out there, but the first version of this, we didn't see any issues with. Fortunately, our national association has done a lot of work across the country, creating substantial equivalency and reciprocity. All 55 jurisdictions are substantially equivalent, and there is reciprocity in many of those states. Wyoming included has both individual and firm reciprocity, allowing individuals that are licensed in another jurisdiction to come into Wyoming and apply for a reciprocal certificate or license, which allows for them to just simply fill out a form, pay a fee, and we evidence that using the online database that NASBA has created. So it's a seamless process that's usually done in a couple of days. So I just wanted to state that I haven't fully vetted the alternate draft B, but the original working draft we had no issues with.
Okay, thank you for that heads up. We appreciate it. Committee, anything for the CPAs? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gorman. We're going to go now to the Colonel. Colonel Peter Bonetti, welcome this afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all. First, Chairman and committee members, thank you very much for doing this and continuing to promote positive community relationships between F.E. Warren Air Force Base and a local community, and certainly the great state of Wyoming. I will also tell you special thanks to Senator Nethercott. Thank you very much for helping us work through the wickets to get to a bill that's available for consideration. As all of you know, the Military Department of Defense undertook a process within the last 3 years for evaluating each of the bases for continuation and also for evaluation for new missions as they came to each of the locations. They had 3 criteria as they looked at each of the bases. Those 3 criteria included licensure reciprocity for family members, the licensure path ease for expediency, and certainly the school systems and the ability for our school systems to support family members. 2019, we received a report for Wyoming for licensure portability, and it specifically talked about 2 big areas that we had a problem with, and that is the substantial equivalency and licensure temporary, the issue of a temporary license. So we undertook this process. If approved, this proposal allows the military family members to quickly join your workforce and to become beneficial members of your community here in Wyoming with little interruption to their family income. As you know, the military family lifestyle is pretty much a permanent change of station as frequently as every 2 years, but as long as every 15 years at some locations. Moving to 3 years and in good faith, keeping with all of the requirements of each of the licensures and moving towards certification in your state, and waiving fees has a pronounced effect on all of our families in a positive manner. It's critical to the military community, but also injects the additional labor forces into your local economy. This also requires boards, this bill also requires the boards to clearly identify the military and military family members in the onset of the application process. Many of your boards already do this. We would just like to see that happen for all of the boards the same way, in the same vein. This helps, again, highlight the fact that this income for the family is impacted, and that income is valuable, obviously, to some of our members who are in the enlisted ranks who aren't quite making enough money to support the entire family. While the number of people impacted by this powerful change is relatively small, your impact will be mighty if this is approved. The financial burden on families will be incredibly reduced by both the cost of the licensure in some cases and the time that it takes to get the license, which would equate to a lost income while waiting for the license to come into positive agreement. So with that, again, I can tell you, I know the numbers would be very small from a base of 3,500 folks that would be affected by this, but the effect would be incredible. The effect would be incredible on each of those families that's impacted by this. Not only are you allowing them to continue making income in their chosen field, but you're also allowing them to do that very quickly and to get assimilated into the culture, which honestly is one of the best cultures that I've seen in a very long time. I've worked with Ms. Tammy Peralt from the Department of Defense on a similar licensure reciprocity in the state of Montana. We weren't as successful as we've been here in Wyoming. And that's a testimony to all of the great folks here who continue to support the military members. I hope we can count on your support in the future, and I look forward to seeing us move forward on this bill.
Colonel, thank you. Let's go to Senator Scott. Senator, you're muted.
Chairman, sorry about that. A question for the witness. My understanding is, and tell me if it's correct, that having a good rating on this sort of thing can be a very important consideration as the Department of Defense decides on what it's going to do where and the future of bases.
Colonel, do you handle that one?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely true, and it's actually written in stated format that I can provide the committee if they would like. The United States Air Force also considers military basing decisions based on the availability of multiple missions, the availability of schools and support to families from schools, as well as the licensure, reciprocity, and portability for our family members. Those are the three criteria in which we will make basing decisions in the Department of Defense in the future.
Senator Scott, I think we will have testimony a little bit later from someone who might be able to expound a little bit more on that. So any other questions for the Colonel? Okay, let's go next to Captain Stoneham.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I am Captain Jackie Stoneham from the Wyoming Air National Guard. I serve as Executive Officer for Major General Greg Porter, and I'm also the Legislative Liaison for the Wyoming Military Department. Our organization, the Wyoming National Guard, believes that the passage of this bill with the amended language allowing provisional or temporary licensure will benefit members and spouses of the Wyoming National Guard and positively impact our recruiting and retention efforts. In turn, the state of Wyoming will benefit from the improved readiness and response capabilities of its National Guard. Thank you again for the opportunity to present to you.
Thank you, Captain, for being here this afternoon. Committee, anything for Captain Stoneham?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With Veterans Day upon us, I would be remiss not to ask Captain Stoneham if she has any regrets about not joining the Navy.
Captain Stoneham, you don't have to even answer that.
I think
You don't
she's
want to.
frozen.
I think you are frozen up anyway, and that might be just as well because
And
might be better for the co-chairman.
And Mr. Chairman, in response to that, I told all my children that you follow the food. So Air Force gets to have steak and shrimp on Fridays, and the Navy does not.
I believe Captain Stoneham is on. I'd like to hear her response.
Captain Stoneham, you are most welcome to respond to the co-chairman regarding that other branch that he brought into the fray here.
I am having
Dang internet service.
Yeah,
on us.
and that's probably that beautifully built facility that you're in this afternoon, maybe. Maybe that's what's blocking us. But anyway, Captain Stoneham, I do appreciate you being here. We're going to go next to Ms. Peralt from the Department of Defense. And Tammy, welcome this afternoon. I appreciate you being here.
Co-Chair Senator Landon, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Co-Chair Representative Lindholm, thank you for the opportunity to be here. For the record, my name is Tammy Perot, and I serve as the Northwest Regional Liaison for the Defense State Liaison Office. I operate under the direction of the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. And our mission is to be a resource for state policymakers as they work to address quality of life issues for service members and your families. So to put that all in simple terms, I work for the Pentagon, but I'm based out of Washington State. I cover the Northwest region, and I'm here as a resource when you folks can't get a hold of Colonel Benetti. You can call me and I can try to answer the questions for you for when you need help with an issue. So I work hand in hand with Colonel Benetti and give him a hard time every now and again. On the behalf of the military families and the Department of Defense, I want to express support for the policy changes for military spouses within the current working draft of the Universal Occupational Licensure legislation, which has been presented here today. This legislation exceeds our OSD requested best practices and by providing a 3-year temporary license, which generously covers the tour of duty for most military families in Wyoming. As you have already heard, licensure issues affect career portability for military spouses of military service members, and this has been a priority for the department for several years. So much of a priority that it has become a fourth leg of our national defense strategy. It has become a priority that we now included in basing decisions from the OSD level down to the Air Force that has been the quickest branch to be implementing this. And so I had about an hour and a half phone call with Air Force A1 and Secretary of Air Force Staff this morning about how they're implementing this, getting ready to implement this for 2021 Air Force strategic basing decisions. And this is an important piece of that for them. This is critical for career sustainability and family financial stability for our families. We now are putting what really our money where our mouth is. We're putting our bases where we know we can take care of military families. This is what really matters to us. Policies to enhance existing licensure provisions for military spouses serve to relieve one of the many stressors of frequent military moves. The Department of Defense looks at things through a little bit bigger lens than the Air Force is looking at them. We see licensure in 3 ways. The first is the number of occupational licensure interstate compacts that a state is passing. So this is something that Wyoming has just been excellent at, is passing those occupational licensure interstate compacts. And I wanted to mention that today. So thank you for doing that. The Nurse Licensure Compact, the EMS Compact, and the ASLPIC Compact. Thank you for doing that. Then licensure enhancement, like this legislation that you're looking at today. And then the third thing is, once these things are passed, making sure the word gets out to spouses. And that's usually done through a link on a website, or making sure your boards are aware that they're supposed to implement it. So again, Wyoming, just to keep it a good frame of reference, is home to approximately 1,150 active duty spouses. 34% of those spouses are in a workforce licensed occupations. So 1,150 or so active duty spouses, most of them there with Colonel Benetti at FE Warren, and 34% of those are in licensed occupations. So the Department of Defense, again, grateful to work closely with FE Warren. In closing, we appreciate the tremendous efforts that Wyoming has historically made to support our military members and families, one of our most military-friendly states. We appreciate the opportunity to support this policy currently reflected within this draft legislation, and we're especially appreciative of Senator Nethercott and Representative Lindholm for bringing forward this key legislation to help us. We hope you will join your other states and your neighbors in bringing with this model legislation forward. And this is, and I stand by for your questions.
Ms. Perot, thank you very much for being here. Committee, anything for the Department of Defense this afternoon? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank Tammy for her involvement. She's the one that scared the hell out of me a couple weeks ago by calling me saying this is the Department of Defense. I'm a little spooked about stuff like that, but I really appreciate her diving in and her suggested amendments, which are reflected in the B version that we all have. It's really a valuable aspect to be able to provide this opportunity and make life a little bit easier for folks moving into our state, whether they're military or not, but especially our military as a veteran myself.
So Ms. Perot, go ahead.
Yes. Co-Chairman Senator Landon, I'd like to just add one more thing. And that is that I know that this may feel very new and fresh to some of the folks sitting here in this committee, but I'd like to reassure you that there's been over a dozen states that have done something like this. Your neighbors in Colorado, Utah, and Arizona have passed legislation like this. And we've seen this type of thing pass in Pennsylvania, Florida, and several other states. And so what you're doing for military spouses here is really, it's new, but it's not unusual. So feel reassured that although you're leading, you're not going into uncharted waters. And so I hope that provides you some reassurance as you move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Perot, for that, for those comments. And just to help you understand a little bit the jumpiness of my co-chairman, he lives up there by that tower where they land the strange aircrafts and things. So when the Department of Defense calls, he was looking up just to make sure what was coming. So,
and I have a fairly large libertarian streak. So
yeah. There you go. Well, really appreciate you being here this afternoon, Tammy. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna go now to Major Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Anderson from the Wyoming Military Department. I am the Deputy Staff Judge Advocate for the Wyoming Army National Guard. I recently returned from CENTCOM acting as the Brigade Judge Advocate for the 115th. And our organization also offers support to this, to the concept of this proposed legislation. It obviously eases military families' burdens. As a personal experience with licensure with myself as well as my wife, licensure can become a burdensome thing in the family and can put extra and oftentimes, frankly, unnecessary burdens on a military family. We oftentimes see spouses' licensure become stagnant, and the spouses are not able to move in their career. This legislation does address those issues, and we'd like to give thanks for offering a resolution to this issue. With that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions for the Major this afternoon? Major Anderson, thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time as well. I don't show anyone else either in the room. I guess there is one more in the room. My apologies. I did not realize we still had someone here with us. So please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I didn't jump quick enough earlier, so. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Adrian Lemmers. I'm here representing American Council of Engineering Companies of Wyoming, ACEC of Wyoming. And I'm a professional engineer, so I'm kind of looping back to the first couple of comments that were brought up. And I'm not going to repeat everything Ms. Gates and Mr. Grigsby said, but we would like to push very hard to have, we'd like to push hard for professional engineers to also be exempt from this law, just as the attorneys and many of the medical practitioners are. One of the things that definitely worries me about this legislation is the temporary permit is going from 120 days to 3 years. In order to obtain a professional engineer's license, it's usually about an 8-year process minimum between education, testing, and getting the amount of experience that you need and your references. So in order to allow somebody to be 3 years short of getting their actual licensure is very short. And you know, engineers are they're tasked with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and the things that we do are very important. And putting that kind of stuff up as a temporary license for 3 years, there could be a lot of damage that could occur from that. And at the beginning of this bill, there are a lot of things talking about, you know, if the Wyoming State Board of Engineers has a good reciprocity process. So if we're talking about a professional engineer from another state who's licensed, we do have that process here. And if they are already licensed in another state, it's not going to hinder them. And my understanding is it takes about 2 weeks for that process to happen if they already have all the requirements met. So in order to try to expedite that even farther is just a bit excessive. And those are all my additional comments, Mr. Chairman. So any questions or concerns? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Committee, anything for the engineers this afternoon? Thank you very much. And again, I'm sorry I missed you here in person. I tried to get to everyone who was good enough to join us this afternoon, and really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think we do have General Green with us this afternoon. I'm going to ask if he'd like to come on board for a comment or two. General Green.
Mr. Chairman, did you meet General Alkire?
Yes. Absolutely. Welcome this afternoon.
No, Green is just fine, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Hey, good afternoon. You know, I'm working here from the house, you know, as we teleworking you through this COVID. So if my internet dies, it's completely unintentional. Hey, let me tell you, I'm originally from Evanston. You know, we moved to Evanston in 1980, and I grew up there, married my wife from there. Still have a lot of family in Evanston, and we moved to Cheyenne in 2005. I've got 2 daughters who live here in Cheyenne. And so I believe this bill strikes the right balance between standards and really facilitating and giving some allowances to the military spouses. You know, I want my family members to drive on good roads, good bridges. You know, my wife and my daughter are cosmetologists, and I want them to make sure that they maintain that licensure to give good haircuts. And so what I would say is I firmly believe that this bill really strikes the right balance between maintaining the standards of the licensure boards and really facilitating and giving some allowance to military spouses. And really this bill would not only benefit, you know, my brothers over there on F.U. Warren Air Force Base, but really would benefit guardsmen as well. As we attract and get talent from other states and other states' National Guards, this would be one other thing that we could offer them. You know, we just hired a major from Ohio, and I talked to her just probably in the last 60 days, and I asked her why you chose to move to Wyoming, and she just simply said she wanted to get out of Ohio, which is probably a pretty good reason. So what I would say, members, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that this bill, number one, it's a good bill, and number two, it maintains the standards and upholds the standards and really doesn't allow for much allowance from individual boards. It ensures standards are met. And really, from the National Guard perspective, we absolutely support this bill. And Mr. Chairman, I stand for any questions that you or members of the committee may have.
General, thank you. And I apologize for having written down your name wrong, and you were on page 2, so I didn't see you. But anyway, thank you, General. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to do a shameless plug for General Alquire. I can't remember if I had him in class, but I know I taught his wife. Great people, great family, and congratulations to you and your family for all that you've done in your area. I do actually have a question though. I was kind of interested in knowing the statistics about how many of our licensed spouses, already have licensed occupations. It's about 34%. And so I guess I'm asking General Alquire, do you feel like this bill and what we're doing with it will help that number increase exponentially? Thank you.
General.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, by the way, go Red Devils, Senator Schuler. And no, you did not have me, you had my wife, Janet. And that's probably the only reason she passed the class. So I thank you for that. Senator Schuler, I can't say if it's really going to increase exponentially or not. It's probably too soon to go out on a limb and without the data to say if that would really work or not. I just don't know right now.
Okay, other questions of the general? Okay, thank you so much, Steve, for being here this afternoon. I don't show anyone else.
Mr. Chairman, this is Colonel Benetti again.
Pardon me?
This is Colonel Benetti again. I can help General Alquire answer that last question if you'd like.
Colonel Benetti, absolutely, go ahead.
Sure. On a rotational basis, we have about 650-ish permanent changes of station every year that rotate folks in and out. We expect those about a third of those to be rotational folks that come in with spouses that have licenses and don't have licenses if the numbers remain the same. So we're probably looking at a change of about 6 to 10% for the spouse licensure occupations, because quite frankly, when our folks get here, they already jump into this. You have some folks that are already working the boards very quickly, and some boards that work it a little more slowly. But you have had some laws in place already for the 120 days. So I don't expect a substantial increase. I think that 10% would probably see this as a dramatic benefit going across the entire population of the Air Force, and it would remain probably at that plateau level to at about the 44 to 40-ish% every year.
Colonel, thank you. Ms. Perot, I see you've given a thumbs up. Anything to add to that from Department of Defense perspective?
Through the chair, Senator Schuler, the 34% is the overall rate of of spouses that are licensed in occupations in the entire military. So if we look across the entire all spouses across the military, 34% of them need an occupational license. They're either cosmetologists or they're an engineer or they are a licensed massage therapist or a nurse. The two occupations that are most common are in the healthcare professions or in the teaching professions. Those are the two most common professions that our military spouses fall into. And when we see, and so when you look at that, then we see of those 34%, how many are actually rotating, as Colonel Benetti just explained, through Wyoming every year. So 1/3 of the spouses that are in Wyoming, let's assume, have an occupational license, and then how many of those are rotating each year?
Thank you, Ms. Pro. Appreciate it. Okay, anything else, committee, for our good visitors this afternoon? Okay, I'm going to close public testimony. I want to thank everyone for coming to provide such, and we will go to the committee and see what the pleasure is of the committee.
Move the bill.
Moved by Representative Duncan, second by the co-chairman. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you. I just want to kind of address some of the concerns by the engineers, because I had the same concerns the first time we saw this bill. And just as a reminder, as I read through this, I no longer have a concern, because if, as a realtor, we have to have Wyoming law, because our laws here in Wyoming are different than any other state. And so we have that on page 5 here, section D. So that takes care of that. And then as well as the section lines 12 through 19, all this, I'm hoping, alleviates some of the concerns, because you are typically, correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to be licensed in another state, and your spouse has moved to a new base here. And so you're just basically transferring your license. So you're not licensed. You don't have your degree. It's not that you don't have a degree. It's just that you're transferring your license. So you're already skilled in whatever it is that you're in. And then instead of like, well, the realtors can get a license within 24 hours through our board, but they may lack the law portion. So this is just allowing them to speed up some of the extra processes. It's like a reciprocity. Thank you, sir. So it's not a lack of skill. It's just a transfer of license from one state to the other. But it has in here, correct me if I'm wrong, it has in here that if you require specific Wyoming criteria, the board can require you to make sure that you're proficient in that Wyoming criteria, correct?
Well, and Representative, if I understand all of the testimony and the end of the bill, et cetera, that was part of my question too. Boards still have the opportunity to put on hiatus based on what the representative just pointed out. Is that correct to the proponents of the bill? Okay. All right. I'm getting a head shake. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding it the way I was reading it.
So committee, let's, this is, I need help from Ted, Mr. Hewitt, excuse me. Tell us again, just for the record, what the number is on the top of your bill draft. I just don't have it on the screen at this moment.
Mr. Chairman, the bill draft I worked through was, excuse me, 21 LSO 135, working draft alternative B.
Okay, so committee, just to make sure that everyone knows, that's the bill we're working on, 135 alternative B. And that was the motion. It was moved and seconded, and now I would entertain any amendments to the bill? Are there any amendments to this bill? Okay, Mr. Hewitt, would you please call the roll on 135, alternative B?
Senator Case,
No.
Senator Nethercutt,
Aye.
Senator Schuler,
Aye.
Senator Scott,
Aye.
Representative Blackburn,
Aye.
Representative Clausen,
Aye.
Representative Clem,
Aye.
Representative Clifford,
Excuse.
Representative Duncan,
Aye.
Representative Ayer,
Aye.
Representative Furphy,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Lindholm,
Aye.
Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Motion is adopted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Let's move on to LSO 40, Working Draft .5, Temporary Licensing and Permitting Authority 2. And Mr. Hewitt, if you can take us through this bill, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Will do, Mr. Chairman. So this is Working Draft 5 of 21 LSO 40. And the committee looked at this draft in September and conceptually amended it based on amendments proposed by Senator Scott. And so I worked with Senator Scott to develop this draft. And so this draft provides additional authority to licensing boards and commissions to waive or modify statutory examination and training requirements. At the bottom of page 1, you can see that the draft amends 33.1.303. On page 2, it creates a new subsection B, which authorizes boards under Title 33, the Gaming Commission, PTSB, and the Game and Fish Commission to waive or modify statutory examination and training requirements under two different scenarios. One, if the examination is not being given or is not practically available. Or 2, if continuing education opportunities are not practically available. So under those circumstances, the boards could waive or modify examination or continuing education requirements. Continuing down page 2, starting on line 15, subsection B provides these boards and commissions authority to impose reasonable or necessary restrictions or requirements on a license, but only for folks affected by the granted waiver or modification under subsection B. And then down at the bottom of page 2, subsection D has 2 pieces. First, it requires a board or commission to report these waivers or modifications that last longer than 2 years to a legislative committee. Health-related boards report to the Labor Committee, and all other matters would be reported to this committee. And subsection D limits waivers or modifications to a maximum of 4 years. So no waiver or modification lasting more than 4 years is allowed. And then on line 11, page 3, section 2 provides an immediate effective date for this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or thoughts to share with Mr. Hewitt? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, not a question, but this does solve 2 problems. We did see with the COVID epidemic, we had troubles with continuing education. We had troubles with some of the exams not being available. Some of the licensing boards were able to deal with those and some were not. This will solve that. It will also solve a problem I've seen a number of times over the years where something changes in an exam that's specified in the statutes, they cease to give it, or there's some other change like that made. This gives the boards license to be sensible until they can get the statute corrected and a specific timeline and who to go to get it corrected. In the past, Mr. Chairman, some of these things have just festered and the licensing board has gotten away with simply ignoring their statute until they get around to getting it fixed. This will give a much more regular process with that, and I think gives the boards plenty of latitude to be sensible given the specific circumstances, given the provision in the subsection starting on page 2, line 15. So, Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Hewitt's done an excellent job of putting this in good shape, and I think the thing's ready to go.
Senator Scott, I've got a quick question for you, if I could just follow your good explanation of things, and I appreciate your work that you've done. I'm just struggling a little bit with the language on the bottom of page 2, top of page 3, and trying to understand what it is that a licensing or certifying authority would report to us. I guess they would report that we've had somebody with a temporary license for 2 years. Now what do we do with them? Is that, Senator?
Mr. Chairman, what I would envision is the report we've gotten in the past, and only it's tended to be slower and more informal, is that the exam we have required has been renamed or abolished, and here's what we've been doing in the meantime, and here's how we need to get the statute changed to accommodate the new reality. I think this particular section really deals with that circumstance. We could get some reports if we had some epidemic that interferes with licensing that doesn't get resolved. I think that's much more unlikely. I think this really accommodates the circumstance where there's some specific provision in a licensing law that reality overtakes. And in my experience, it's usually been an exam that gets discontinued or changed.
Okay, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to let you know that I have a couple of suggested amendments, and so I'll hold off and bring those whenever you'd like. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Committee, anything else on this one for the good of the order before we seek out any public testimony? I do not have anyone indicated who wants to testify on this bill. Unless there's somebody here in the room with us. I'm looking out, it doesn't, we do have testimony, so please come forward, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Jennifer Gorman with the Wyoming Board of CPAs. And I just wanted to state that this current version of the bill, we obviously do not have any issue with. The one takeaway, as I mentioned before in the previous bill, is the CPAs have done a very good job of creating substantial equivalency and reciprocity across the country. And the key word in this particular bill is the word may waive and not shall waive. And that is key for Wyoming CPAs to maintain that substantial equivalency and reciprocity across the country. I did want to mention to the committee that the CPA exam is a uniform exam across the country, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, the exam was not available for a period of time. The National Association and the State Boards of Accountancy are currently looking at alternate pathways of administering that exam, including remote proctoring, which is being investigated not just by this profession, but by other professions as well. So that is being considered. I also wanted to mention for the committee that accountants, certified public accountants, in Wyoming at least, and in many states across the country, are certified public accountants are regulated, but oftentimes public accountants are not. And so that is key in the fact that if this becomes a shall waive, there is a potential that non-CPAs could come in as public accountants and without having passed the CPA exam, get that temporary licensure to allow them to practice with the title CPA.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. Appreciate it. I've got a quick question. That interstate compact that Wyoming has passed, where does that stand nationwide? How many states?
So there isn't an interstate compact so to speak, it's substantial equivalency and reciprocity, and it's in all 55 jurisdictions in the United States.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, committee, for Ms. Garland? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, first I would comment, as always, the CPAs have done an excellent job in their whole licensure and should be a model, I think, for other professions. And I would comment that on page 2, line 5, that may was very intentional and is important because what we're trying to do is give the licensing boards the discretion to be sensible if we get one of these pandemics or other emergencies, and that may is crucial to them.
Thank you, Senator. Anything else for Mr. Gorman? Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Anyone else like to testify on this bill? Okay, we're going to close public testimony. Committee, what's your pleasure on this bill?
Move the bill to pass.
Okay, moved by Representative Clem, seconded by Senator Schuler. Discussion. Any amendments?
Question.
I'm going to go to Senator Schuler. She does have a couple. Thank you for reminding me, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These amendments are actually pretty benign, I think, for the most part. The bill references WS 11-25-105, which is basically parimutuel permits. However, parimutuel permittees are not required to have continuing education or examinations. They do have some statutory requirements, but so on page, first of all, on page number 1, after statutory on line 3, if we could just add requirements, that would be the first one.
Tell me that again, Senator.
Okay. Page 1, line 3, after statutory, insert requirements, because again, they don't have to take an examination or any kind of continuing education. And also, if you're ready for the second one, same thing over on page 2, line 7, or excuse me, actually lines at the end of line 6, again, add requirements, taking out examinations, deleting that, same thing.
So back to line 3 on page 1, Senator, you're striking the word examination.
Right.
And inserting the word requirements.
Right.
Okay. And then over on page 2, at the end of line 5, or beginning of line 6, you're striking the word examination and inserting requirement.
Right. And then I have one other one. It's would be to add little I 3, or 3 little I, excuse me, which basically says the statutory requirements could not be met due to public health orders or weather conditions. And the reason we'd like to add this is that there's always a concern about weather hampering the operations of a live race event. And actually this year with the pandemic, horse racing was impacted by this. And because of the statutory requirement, live race days, they have to have so many live race days in order to keep their OTB licenses. But because of the pandemic, the number of race days that they could race were definitely and directly impacted by the health orders. So that's where that little 3I, that's where that comes in. And I don't, if there's any questions, happy to ask.
My apologies. I should have gotten a second from somebody before we launched into.
Second.
I've got the second from Senator Scott. So Senator Schuler has done a good job, I think, of tracking us in where she's at. But Representative Duncan, question.
This amendment was actually sent to the whole committee, so if we need to look at it.
Thank you for that reminder.
I'm not sure that, we need to double check. I'm not sure that we're supposed to be striking. Double check.
Mr. Hewitt, were you provided with the amendment that we're working with at this moment? Okay.
I've not seen it, Mr.
and hope, are you tracking where we are in person and live? Are you good to go on it? Do you have tracked in what the motion is, Mr. Hewitt?
Mr. Chairman, I do on page 1, line 3, strike examination, insert requirements. Same page 2, line 6, and then page 2, line 14, insert a paragraph 3, the statutory requirements could not be met due to public health orders or weather conditions.
I think that's it. And if we do not strike the word examination, the sentence doesn't work. But go ahead, Representative Duncan.
Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping that this is a friendly amendment. I believe it's actually not striking anything out on page 1, line 3, after statutory insert requirements. Not scratching out anything.
It doesn't read correctly, I don't think, Representative Duncan, because you have the word examination right after requirements. Statutory requirements examination. I don't know that you want that to read that way, do you?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative.
So yeah, I want to
bail
make
us
sure,
out here.
I just want to make sure I got it right too. So it would read, starting there in line 2, permitting boards to waive or modify statutory requirements and training requirements as specified. We're striking the word examination, is that correct?
I don't think we're supposed to.
I'm curious if we do a strike examination, because that's what the bill talks about, is these examination requirements. I guess I'm a little concerned. I'm not sure if we got the language quite finessed right.
I agree. I'm not sure we want to strike examination, but it doesn't work. And I guess if we put a comma in there, does it work at that point?
Yeah.
Senator Schuler.
Yeah, if you add a comma to it and keep that in there, that it doesn't read real good, but it would work. If you'd like to have that in there with a comma, I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Scott. Thank you, Representative Duncan. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, if you want to make it read a little better, say statutory requirements, comma, examination requirements, comma, and then proceed. So that you duplicate the word requirements, but it keeps the word examination, which I think makes it clearer.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Duncan.
I still don't think we need to I don't think we need to strike out examination.
Honestly, I think we could leave examination in if we put a comma and maybe add an S, make it plural, or I would be okay with the examination requirements as well too. Either one of those, I think it'd work. Maybe Ted could clean it up better.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder what Mr. Hewitt would think.
Grammatically, we're fine, committee. Statutory requirements, comma, examination and training requirements as specified. And I think we're fine. It's not.
Aren't you a teacher?
It's not the, I used to do that a little bit, yeah. But it's been a long time ago. I think we're fine, committee. Mr. Hewitt, are you following this little diatribe that we've been on?
Mr. Chairman, I have been. I do have a possible change a bit to this, if you would humor me.
Thank the Lord for that. And please share.
So page 2, line 2, I'll start reading and get to the change in a bit. So a board authorized to establish examination, inspection, permanent license fees for any profession or occupation regulated under this title or under 1125-101, 21-802, or 23-2414 may waive or modify statutory examination and continuing education requirements or other statutory requirements for licensure or perm rating if, and then have the 1, 2, and 3 after that.
Okay.
Boy, I like that, committee. And I think that's what, Senator Schuler, that was actually your motion, wasn't it? And the second probably agrees with you.
Sure, it's always better when Ted does it, so that sounds fine.
Okay, thank you. So Representative Clem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So speaking on the amendment, I lean towards not supporting the amendment at this point in time, we are broadening the bill title. We're broadening the language. I'm concerned if we talk about, because right now the bill title is pretty specific. You know, we are talking about waiving and modifying statutory examination and training requirements, but now we're talking about the waiving statutory requirements. We're talking about waiving statute. That's essentially the way I read it. Maybe I'm completely off on that, but that's with the added language. I think you really open up the door for an amendment later on in the House or Senate floor for someone to say, well, you know, we could go ahead and waive this statutory requirement right here and add a whole new, you know, whatever it is, add something in the bill that perhaps you would not want added in there. That's the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause. I understand what the amendment's trying to do, generally supportive. I'm not quite sure that this is the right, I'm just not quite sure. So thank you.
Representative, I really appreciate that. You articulated, I think, what was going on in my belly as well. I really support that industry. I totally get it. I visited with them. I'm a real fan, but I'm just really struggling to fit this in here in my mind. So go ahead, Representative Duncan.
Senator Scott has his.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a friendly amendment and would work perfectly well. Remember, often these examination requirements and continuing education requirements, there's a statutory basis to them. Often it's a very specific one. So we're already doing that. You've got the may language that lets the boards be sensible. That's a key. And then you have the requirements that limit when they can do it in the now 3 bullet points. The examination isn't practically available, isn't being given. Same with the continuing education requirements. And then the new one adds, if it's not available due to weather concerns. The example that was cited is clearly valid. I think those tighten it up enough. So I don't think anybody could use this to waive some other requirements that is not affected by one of these conditions. So I think we're tight enough so that we won't get in trouble with it. So I would urge us to adopt the amendment.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor of Senator Schuler's motion, please raise your hand to the screen so that I can get a good count. Okay, any opposed? That motion has passed. Do we have anything else on page 2 or 3 for the bill? Any other amendments? Okay, Mr. Hewitt, would you please take roll on LSO 40, working draft point 5?
Senator Case.
Aye.
Senator Nethercott.
Aye.
Senator Schuler.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
Aye.
Representative Clausen.
Aye.
Representative Clem.
Aye.
Representative Clifford.
Excuse. I'm sorry, Mr. Hewitt.
Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Hare.
Aye.
Representative Furphy.
Aye.
Chairman Lindholm.
Aye.
Chairman Landon. Chairman Landon, I recorded an aye. Is that right? I didn't quite.
That is correct. Yes, thanks, Mr. Hewitt.
Motion is adopted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Committee, our next topic is committee-sponsored legislation for a special session, which we think possibly might still pertain to the timing of this meeting. And so we will take those up. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, committee, and then we'll come back to do that. So sorry to hold up those who are good enough to be with us this afternoon.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Hewitt.
Pardon the interruption. There was a slight change in the agenda. The next topic this afternoon is 3 broadband bills from the Broadband Task Force. And Mr. Fuller will be shepherding the committee through those.
Mr. Hewitt, thank you for that reminder. I had the wrong one sitting here in front of me. So we'll take up broadband. My bad.
They're online. They're not back there, I think.
We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks. started, committee. My apologies for any confusion before the break. I was thinking we were still going to take up a couple of bills, including broadband. We have made that switch, by the way, to accommodate some folks who could not testify on these broadband bills tomorrow, which we had originally put them on the agenda for tomorrow. We moved them to today to take those up so that we could get full testimony. These broadband bills come to us from a task force that the co-chairman and I served on. So we will take them up at this point. Mr. Hewitt, anything to add to the process that would clarify what we were up to, or?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's just about right. It's perfectly right.
Okay, do you want to get started, Mr. Hewitt, to walk us through what we have? Or it will be, I'm sorry, Brian, hi, good to see you. Mr. Fuller is here, and he, of course, worked with us on that task force the entire interim. So, Mr. Fuller, take it away. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Fuller, Legislative Service Office. And just by way of a brief introduction to add to that, the Broadband Task Force, in considering various issues, started with a fairly large bill with various provisions that were intended for the support of broadband development in Wyoming. These three bills were separated out from that larger bill and selected by the task force for further consideration. They were worked at two subsequent meetings, one in September and another in October. And these three bills were selected by the task force and asked to forward them to this committee for further consideration. So with that, starting on the first bill, 21 LSO 195, working draft .4, this is 13-01 in the meeting materials online. And this bill draft primarily does two things. First, it specifies requirements and procedures for rights-of-way in Wyoming. And then second, it requires the Department of Transportation to seek a blanket or a broad form easement for rights-of-way on public roads that run through federal lands. So starting in on page 2, these are amendments to 126.813, which are within the eminent domain statutes. And this section allows for persons and corporations to seek a right-of-way from the applicable entity who must grant approval for that right-of-way before a corporation or entity can begin construction. The first changes are on page 2, lines 11 and 12. And the changes here would simply require a corporation or a public utility or communications company to file an application with the local governmental entity instead of attempting to obtain consent. And that's for local rights of ways within municipalities. Then on line 14, for state highways or county roads, you would file an application with the State Transportation Commission or the Board of County Commissioners as applicable. On line 19 on page 2, upon receiving an application, the City Council, State Transportation Commission, or the Board of County Commissioners, whichever entity applies, must issue any permits, licenses, or authorizations within a specified time period. Page 3, starting at the new sentence on line 1, this would require the applicable entity to complete a preliminary review of the application not later than 10 business days after receipt. And then now on line 6, the applicable entity must issue all necessary permits and authorizations not later than 20 business days after receipt of the application. The next sentence that starts at the end of line 8 on page 3 specifies that any application that has been submitted and for which permits or authorizations have not been issued under the time frame specified in the subsection are deemed to have been approved and any permits issued if they are not done so by that time frame. Page 3, line 15 specifies that nothing in this section shall, and then paragraph I, authorize communications companies to set or install permanent towers along, across, or under any of the public roads, streets, or waters of the state. And then line 21, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit a city or town or county from requiring a franchise before issuing any permits under this section.
Mr. Chairman, are we doing questions as we go along?
Absolutely. Senator Case.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Then I'd like to back up a little bit. So if a city is not timely in processing a request and the number of business days go by, then the request is automatically granted. There are no exceptions to that?
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, that is correct.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I, as a notification to the committee, I sat on this this task force and had something to do with this provision. We actually pulled that provision or that language and idea from existing law in regards to subdivisions. And the reason why that portion is there has to do with the fact that there are certain times where organizations or entities have just sat on an application just because they don't have to be the bad guy then if they deny it. So at this juncture, this forces them to either approve or deny and do their job. Otherwise, it will be approved automatically, just like subdivision laws.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case, follow up.
And that was in response to my question. So, you know, a subdivision is one thing, but cities are government. They have elected people. You know, they have a governmental responsibility that, and in Wyoming, cities have home rule. And so, you know, there's just a lot to unpackage there, but if you're kind of treating them like little kids, and it doesn't always work that way about applications. There can be very complicated.
Sure.
Especially like the engineering issues sometimes.
Very good point, Senator. A lot of debate on this one, on that task force, and you know, pushing hard, as you can tell with task force. You'll be able to tell with these three bills. But Representative Clausen, go ahead.
Question and maybe comment that follows up with Mr. Chairman. Question, comment that follows up with Senator Casey's comments. This also allows any public utility, which would be anything that was electrical or natural gas, would fall under that. And there's some serious safety issues with rubber stamping. Okay, if you don't have a permit in 20 days, you automatically have your permit passed. I think we have some serious issues with just allowing everybody go, you automatically pass, because there's some serious public safety issues with that.
Mr. Fuller, maybe you have a thought or two to follow up on Representative Clausen's concerns.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I don't know if I have any comments per se, but the changes to the language here do apply broadly for corporations who are authorized to do business in Wyoming for the purpose of constructing, maintaining, and operating a public utility or communications company. So, so these changes in this subsection would apply equally.
Okay. Further question before we continue? Go ahead, Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was a little bit along those same lines. What about any impact on existing permitting or holders? They can be affected as well with this.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This portion of what was added to statute does not affect the existing permit holders or anything like that. They've still got to follow the rest of the law in regards to all of the other types of aspects that involve right of way and all of those aspects such as dig first, not dig first. So they're still protected under the law. This just adds into the aspect that they can't sit on an application. Yeah.
Dig before you call.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
It took a little while.
That's fun. Mr. Fuller, please continue.
Mr. Chairman, before I do, I think others have
Scott,
a question.
somebody does.
Schuler. Go ahead, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that I had kind of flagged this part also myself, and mostly the 10 business days. I started thinking about, most city councils, maybe they meet 4 times a month. 2 of those might be regular meetings, 2 of them might be work sessions. In order to pass something sometimes this quick, you'd have to have a special session, maybe on a work session day. And I know county commissioners, their schedules are a little bit different too. I wondered if you thought about maybe bumping that even to 14 days. I can understand the 20 business days once they get the receipt to go ahead and get the applications going. It gives your lawyers time to make it happen. But boy, 10 business days for a lot of these entities, I think is pushing the limit just a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, for that. Anyone else before we allow Mr. Fuller to move us on through the bill? Okay, Mr. Fuller, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now on page 4, line 4, this section 2 requires the Department of Transportation to file a petition or application with the federal government for a broad easement for rights of way along public roads through federal lands. Page 4, line 14, section 3 requires the Department of Transportation to seek approval from the governor to proceed before May 1st, 2021. Line 18 requires WYDOT to send a copy of this act to Wyoming's congressional delegation and seek their support for such a petition. And then page 5, line 1 requires the WYDOT director to convene an unpaid working group of various stakeholders to provide and solicit feedback for the application that's required to be filed under section 2 of this act. And then section 4, page 5, line 9, this act would be effective immediately. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Really appreciate that. Committee, any questions with regard to the drafting or of Mr. Fuller? Okay, thank you, Mr. Fuller. Committee, anything before we go to public testimony on this bill? Okay, I'm going to take public testimony, and I'm going to try to go with those who are here. So how about anyone here with us this afternoon? If you're wanting to testify on this bill, please come forward. State your name for us.
Here comes big government.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jeremiah Reeman, on behalf of Wyoming County Commissioners.
I'm glad you still have some breath left after that roll right below the belly button there.
I need the humor right now.
We do.
Yeah, we do, actually.
That's another reason it's nice to have a meeting back together.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Yeah, it's great to see everybody. Mr. Reeman, thank you. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, we certainly support the underlying intent of this and the desire to see communication between local governments with permit applicants and to see timely approval of those. And I think that's something that my commissioners expect of not only themselves, but also of staff. And certainly we want to see broadband expanded across this state. And we've been partnering with those broadband providers, in particular this summer, as we've had opportunities with the CARES Act to see some of that expansion and to some really incredibly important places that have been deficient. If you look at Sublette County and getting access out to Cora and some of those other outlying areas, even in the western as well as the eastern sides of the state. So we're certainly support of, again, of that underlying intent.
Mr. Raymond, don't forget Daniel. A lot of good things came out of Daniel, Wyoming.
Absolutely.
Say that.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Case in point. Mr. Chairman, we do stand, though, opposed to the mandate without the ability to, and I want to emphasize, reasonably restrict or deny some of these applications. And I heard some of the concerns that some of you represented, but it's not just about those other utilities that might exist underground. There are other things that might be at play. Could be that the applicant wants to go straight through the sidewalks that you've put in place. Or perhaps there are other construction activities that are designed to be put in or happen during that period of time that the applicant is wanting to go through the right of way. So I do think that having this, for what I will call a rubber stamp, it is somewhat inappropriate, and we need to find better ways of trying to ensure that we get those approvals to you as quickly as possible, or to providers. And so we'd ask that you just take a harder look at the language on page 3, lines 1 through 13, and see if there isn't a better approach at that, or simply to take it out at this point in time until we can find that approach. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Riemann, I appreciate your thoughts in regards to the proposed legislation on, you spoke to the fact that there's other considerations, like if they wanted to go through sidewalk. You don't believe you'd be able to say, your entities wouldn't be able to say, don't go through sidewalks within 20 days?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Lindholm, certainly agree that we'd have the ability to say don't do that. But the way that I read this language, the applicant could simply ignore that because if they wait long enough, they're deemed to have a permit at the 20-day period. There's nothing that gives the county, in my particular instance, the ability to say, no, you can't proceed. This simply says that after receipt of the application, we shall issue the necessary permits. There's no controlling provision.
One follow-up.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Riemann, so based on your testimony, basically what you're looking for, your organization would be looking for, is the ability to be able to deny if they were wanting to go through sidewalk. Within that timeline would be acceptable.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Lindholm, again, I am seeking something that would allow us to reasonably restrict applications if they came through, and if necessary, and that's not what we're trying to get here to, but if necessary, be able to deny a permit or an application that is just absolutely unreasonable.
Mr. Raymond, I think you were with us throughout the interim, and I certainly get where you're coming from, and maybe we can work on something like that. I think the urgency committee really stemmed from circumstances where some of these permit applications were simply ignored and sat on. And throughout the interim, that task force was trying to push the envelope. I mean, that's really what that task force was all about, is how can we expedite somehow this work that needs to be done throughout our state to get this broadband out there. And so my question to you is, how unreasonable is 20 days? I mean, in our other task force meeting, we kind of landed there and thought maybe it was okay. So what about that time restriction?
Mr. Chairman, if I'm looking at commission agendas and assuming that the permit has to come to the commission, there are, I suspect, some of these permits that can be done at the department level, but assuming it has to come to the commission, the commissioners generally, and this isn't a hard and fast rule, but they meet once every 2 weeks. There are some periods, depending on how and I should be provide some more clarity to that. So they generally meet on the first and third Tuesday. That third, there could be, depending on how the calendar lies, a period that might come close to that 20 days, but not exceed it. So I'm not as concerned about the 20 days as I certainly am the 10-day period, because we do have at least 2 weeks between most commission meetings.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
thank you. Mr. Co-Chairman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just looking through that language. And I think we can clean that up fairly easily as far as the shall issue language on, and I'm looking on page 3, Mr. Reaman, on line 6. After receipt of application and shall issue, insert or deny all necessary permits, authorizations, licenses. And then on line 10, have not been issued, and then insert or denied within the time required by the subsection. Would that handle the issue of it's one way or the highway kind of scenario that reads in the bill? I don't think that was intent of the task force, I guess is what I'm saying.
I agree with the co-chairman. Mr. Reaman, comments?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Lindholm, I think it's getting really close. I think there is one other option in there, and of course that is that the county is responding to the application, because, you know, well, Mr. Chairman, as I sort of think on the fly, I think you are hitting right on where we need to be with that.
Can I follow up on that, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Case, please.
Mr. Chairman, it just seems like if you have to approve or deny, really what you're looking for is a solution, you know, a fix. You can't go through that intersection because everything is in that intersection. And we want to work with you to do this other intersection, but we haven't surveyed that. We'll get a survey crew out there right away. This stuff all takes time, and it's the iterative process. And sure, you could say, oh, this is just a phony denial. We're going to deny you. So you refile tomorrow and we can get more time to talk about this. And it would kind of work, but it's kind of jerky. You know, and I can just see this in some places where they want to go. It's a very simple situation. Maybe there's no existing paving. Maybe there is no other utilities. Maybe the city doesn't have any facilities, and there's no private issues with private landowners. But some issues, like some intersections that people want to go through, they're amazingly complicated with different sets of engineering drawing and plans with how you have to accomplish it. And you've got competitors, like in telecom, there'll be competitors there, and they get really nervous when other competitors are around their stuff or wanting to enter into their facilities. And I just think you're underthinking how complicated this can be.
Good points made.
Isn't that true, Mr. Raymond?
Absolutely. It's and I think the task force, for the most part, was aware of that, Senator. Particularly in communities like mine, you're absolutely right. It gets very complicated. I think this is all part of a multi-pronged approach to really prioritize an effort to get this out and about. And that's really the underlying purpose of a bill like this, is to make sure that it is prioritized and expedited. And if it misses the mark, then we've got to try to fix it. And if we can't fix it, I totally get that. I understand. But Mr. Reaman, final thoughts?
No, Mr. Chairman, just in response to Senator Case, I think he is hitting on some of our concern, and maybe that does lead to that middle ground that I was about to suggest, which is that we have to respond in those timeframes. You either have to issue, respond, or deny it, which then allows us to continue the conversation without absolutely denying it and forcing the continuing application process.
I think maybe the co-chairman is working on that and coming close, hopefully. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's part of the big concern that we've heard from industry in this regard. And to Chairman Case's point, it absolutely is not a simple aspect. I've worked in right-of-ways almost my adult life, and the reality is it is very complicated. However, it gets even more complicated for a lot of these industries where they're not receiving a response whatsoever. Whereas if even a denial based on some type of factual information is extremely valuable to an industry that's trying to move the ball forward. And I think I think inserting that language or something like, I'll keep working on it and make sure and consult with you before we move anything forward could be extremely valuable for industry, but I guess we'll hear from industry too.
Mr. Riemann, thank you. Appreciate you being here this afternoon, and we're going to continue on with further public comment. We're going to get to the general who now directs our highways after bid here, but I want to get some folks who are right here in the room with us and taking the time to get over here. So please, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, David Fraser, Executive Director, Wyoming Association of Municipalities. I appreciate your time today. I appreciate the issue that's on the table, and I've taken many opportunities on the record. I'll take one more to thank the Broadband Task Force for the good work that they've done. Our members do support getting more broadband penetration in the state of Wyoming. Many of our members are frustrated by how little they have, and I'm not sure there's anybody that doesn't want better. Even those that have very good, I'm sure would always want better. But so we appreciate what you're trying to do here. Again, I would hope that an entity that was stonewalling somebody would be few and far between, because as I said, it's good for our communities to have these services available. You've really kind of already discussed what my primary concern is, but I'll just amplify that a little bit if I may, and that's the what Mr. Riemann referred to as the rubber stamp. In other words, if you don't do this within 20 days, it's not their permit. Having had, in addition to my experience as an association director, of course, I've had 4 times the misfortune to be city manager. And so we deal with, these kind of permits and others all the time. And I will tell you that I'm trying to remember in the course of my entire career, if one of the cities I've worked for actually just said, hey, we don't want you here to a utility company. But it's not at all uncommon for us to have to say, try again on an application. And that's everything from an incomplete application that comes in that we can't even take forward to the governing body because it's missing whatever pertinent information. So we have to push it back across the table and say, here's and in every case, we've been willing to coach if necessary. Here's the information we need. And then even when the application's complete, again, it's not uncommon at all that there would be some issues as like what Mr. Riemann mentioned with the sidewalk, maybe even more importantly, there are other, as Representative Ayer mentioned, there could be other utilities in that easement already. And if there's not the opportunity for us to review that and say that doesn't work because that crosses an electric line where it shouldn't, or that's too close to a sewer line, that does impact those that are already there. And so those are important safety and health issues, especially the last couple that I mentioned.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, I got to say it, Mr. Fraser, I appreciate your testimony. However, there's no repealers in this bill that remove any of those requirements. All of those requirements are still in law.
As written, and again, I was going to mention that I agree. Well, I'm comfortable with what Co-Chairman Lindholm verbalized recently as what the intent of the bill is. And I'm much more comfortable with the, with the change that you've mentioned, or the change that Mr. Riemann's mentioned. Of course, I just think that needs to be wordsmithed. And I guess I just wanted to get that concern on the record. And make sure that you knew that these are important processes that we go through, that with any contractor, whether it be for a utility or a subdivision or what have you, it's not uncommon to have some back and forth. So, and we've got to have some language like was discussed while Mr. Riemann was up here. We've got to have some language like that, or else there would be no incentive for the contractor to work with us and make sure those things are done. So I'll move on from that. But let me just say that I also do have some concern about the number of days. And again, I get the concept. My concern with the number of days would be that some of our smaller communities have monthly meetings. And so, you could, you not only have the risk of, they're not having a meeting within 20 days or they're having a meeting 2 days from now, but the agenda's already been published. And so anyway, I would just like to, I'm not sure what the right number of days is, but I just wanted to get on the record that we'd like to, if the bill moves forward, we'd like to have a little more opportunity to discuss the number of days. With that, again, I should mention, I really do appreciate the language that was included on the bottom of page 3 regarding the franchise. I appreciate what Ms. Zerga said about that at the last hearing, and I appreciate the committee addressing that. Mr. Chairman, would stand for any questions.
Well, Mr. Frazier, thanks for being alongside throughout the interim. I mean, this, to be perfectly honest, this was driven and pushed forward in an even more intentional way because of the times that we find ourselves in. Things like access to decent broadband internet services for our kids out across the land that can't go to school anymore, or for all of the healthcare concerns. And so all of that foundation and backdrop to this thing was driven and even brought into further relief, in my opinion, as to why we need to try to push forward on this front. So, and you're aware of that, but appreciate your concerns, and we'll try to take them into consideration. Representative.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Frazier, is there any, just looking at the days requirements, and I don't know of any other issue off the top of my head that requires a governing body to respond to any type of request within a certain amount of days. I'm sure there may be, I just can't think of anything, and I'm curious if you know of any off the top of your head. Just trying to find out that, if it isn't 10 and 20 business days as specified in this bill, what is that number? And if there's something that's similar in law elsewhere, then perhaps we could use that. So,
Mr. Frazier.
The only similarity, thank you, Mr. Chairman, through the chair, to the representative, the only one that comes immediately to mind would be on public records requests. There's some, there are some restrictions on how soon you need to take those into account. I would say that, and for a city that, one of our larger cities that has, that has on-staff professionals that are going to review this, and the council has a business meeting every other week, this may not be an issue. But again, I'm thinking primarily about the smaller cities with the number of days, because not only where you have maybe a monthly meeting, but also they're not going to have staff that does this. And so if they don't do this routinely, they won't even have contract. Well, most of them will have a contract engineer that will be able to take it to a specialist. But I mean, this could be difficult for some of the smaller communities. I would throw, if you were asking me to throw out a number of days, which I'm hesitant to do without having more discussion with my members, because I don't want to throw out one that's excessively long, but thinking about a community that meets once a month, if they have 45 days, I would think that that's something more along those lines would be appropriate. But again, I don't want to necessarily lock myself in here, because I want to support what you're trying to do here. I'll say again, 100%, I'm on board with the things the chairman just said about education, all that. It's an economic development issue for our communities, when they're trying to attract a business and they don't have, sufficient broadband infrastructure for that business, it's a non-starter. So it's a quality of life issue, it's an education issue, it's a telemedicine issue, it's an economic development issue. It's important work that the task force has done. And that's why I want to be cooperative and just make sure that this has the right language in it to make sure we don't stub our toe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Mr. Frazier, it strikes me, good comments made. It's kind of ironic that the very places where we could benefit our state the most are those locations that you alluded to that have a difficult time reacting in a very quick way. Smaller, don't have professionals on staff, only meet once a month. And in many cases, though, that's exactly where we have some urgency to try to get this broadband service to those parts of the world. And so you're right. We've got to make sure we try to land in a decent spot, but at the same time, push the envelope a little bit to try to get out there to those critical spots. So Mr. Frazier, go ahead.
I would just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also just mention that, you know, if there are places, and I think that, you know, I've only been here about 1.5 years, but I've had the good fortune to get to know many of the utilities. So I would hope that they'd be comfortable enough if there is an issue in some part of the state, that they could reach out to us at WHAM, and we could either help with the communication or in some cases help connect our member with the right professional help. I mean, again, it's very much in our interest that this gets done.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for our municipalities? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to throw this out too. I know you're hesitant about asking about days, but I threw this out at the very beginning. The 10 business days for the preliminary review, that's 2 weeks. I thought maybe bumping it up to 14 days, that gives them 2.5 weeks. For those people that only meet once every other week, I thought that just those extra days might make a difference between, you know, deciding whether to issue or deny these permits. I'm okay with the 20 days. Honestly, I think most cities and counties can get things done in a month because we're talking business days. But would you be comfortable with bumping that up to 14 days for the preliminary review? Just an idea.
Mr. Frazier?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. You know, if I was trying to dream up the worst case scenario, which I'm trying not to do here, because what I want to do is kind of do a little, you know, what I'd like to do is just say that as the bill moves forward, which I anticipate it probably will, that we'd like to kind of stay into that conversation. You know, the worst case scenario would be a community that's so small that they're not even budgeted for, you know, an $80 an hour engineer, and they've got to pass some, you know, they've got to go to the council to get it approved to spend the money to do the review. I mean, there's all kinds of worst case scenarios. And that's why I kind of like the respond to language that was made earlier. And again, I certainly think 14 days would be an improvement, 14 business days. But again, you know, and again, I would hope that if there is an issue, you know, again, we'd be happy to be helpful to help that communication, because some of the communities are so small. It's some of our towns don't even have 40-hour coverage at City Hall. We have many towns that have one person at City Hall. We have a lot of them that are, you know, open 20 hours a week, so they can have a part-time clerk, and a lot of times that'd be somebody who doesn't even know what to do with this kind of application. And so I'll try to communicate to my members, in fact, that, you know what I mean, that if they're in this situation, they'd like our help connecting to the right people, we'd be happy to fill that role. Because again, you know, I'm in one of the larger cities, you know, processing it quickly is not a big issue. It's more a matter of the right number of days to notice the meeting, you know what I mean, and all that kind of jazz. I'm really thinking about the smaller communities that would have a hard time really even knowing how to don't commonly deal with this and aren't ready for that. So I'd want to give them sufficient number of days to get their feet under them, find out from either from WHAM or from their colleagues, you know, where they can get the right professional help, engage that person, and then get the review done. So I think we're looking in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. So Senator Schuler, I really appreciate your recommendations there. And I think we can certainly amend some different dates in there, ponder as we go along. But in the end, I think some of this is kind of placeholding stuff. If we do choose to move this forward, I'm not saying we will, but if we do, that gives us the opportunity to continue to work it. But I would encourage you to hang on to that, and we can maybe amend those days in a little bit differently. So anything else for Mr. Frazier? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it. Further public testimony. Please be ready and come forward.
Chairman Brian Williams, Union Telephone Company.
Brian, how are you? Nice to see you.
They have to speak up.
I need you to speak up and tell us who you are and who you represent, because I'll bet you some of our Zoomers didn't hear that. So
Brian Woody with Union Telephone Company. And so far I like most of this bill. You know, for the issue that was just being discussed, for us, it's about having a shot clock. Whatever that is, allows us to plan. Today, we planned for 2 years to get a right of way. So we're 2 years out planning for stuff that we're gonna do 2 years from now. And some days that doesn't come in. Really like if YDOT agrees to do the blanket right of way on federal ground, that could be your fastest thing to get broadband across this state. I have a right of way that we finally got this year that almost went to kindergarten. It was about 6 months shy of 5 years to stay inside the state highway right of way on BLM. Those are things that just frustrate us, frustrate our customers, frustrate all of you, because it's all dependent on a federal entity to get the right of ways through there.
Mr. Woody, appreciate you bringing that up, because just as a reminder, we are going to hear from the director shortly and look forward to General Reiner's comments on that front, but continue. Appreciate all you're telling us.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's a tall order, I think, for YDOT to be able to take that on. I think just from our own experience. I wonder though if there would be an adder to doing the same thing on private ground that the highways cross. Because today we still have to go to those landowners and get right away separate for to stay in the state highway corridors. And in some cases, that's just delayed projects for years. Some cases, one case that Senator Case knows of right now, we're looking at about 23 miles and 2,000 landowners. And we've got to get at least 51% of those landowners to sign off to let us move.
This is in the road right of way.
This is in the road right of way. So
In my district.
yes, in Senator Case's district.
Boy, I tell you, you would think that a senator could clear the way. Contact your local senator and. No, go ahead, Mr. Woody. I'll let you finish up. I'm sorry.
Other than that, I think this is a great start on the bill. I think it does a lot to help streamline rights of way, both linear and site for self-siting. Gives us a lot to go on and shortens up the planning cycle of when we can get it put in.
Mr. Woody, thanks for your engagement. Thanks for being here this afternoon. That's always helpful to hear from you guys from ground zero. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following up on that question about how right-of-ways, if you can get a right-of-way on the highway, whether that somebody else could hold you up, whether it's the federal government or a private landowner. I'm a little bit out of practice on this, but I bet Senator Nettercott's wheels are turning. But I can remember situations where when the original, this happened when they were first laying fiber along the railroads. The railroads right away was perfected for being a railroad. Okay. And they had their own communications facilities along there to run the trains and work the switches and stuff. But when they started leasing the railroad right away out to third parties and saying you can have end-to-end connection to run your fiber line, some landowners filed suit and said that what the railroad was originally had a lease for was to, for X purpose, and they're releasing it for Y purpose. And it was a hefty duty suit that changed the industry. Now, I'm just thinking some of the same things happen when a highway has a right of way, and they own some of the right of way, but some of it, they have a right of way. And so it's not as easy to just say, I have this right of way and I got it, unless the original agreement said for all conceivable purposes and included communications, then they're doing something different that wasn't in the original agreement. And I'm just going to take it one more step farther with the federal government, the federal lands. I don't know how those work. Do we have easements across the federal land? Or I have no idea, and I'll look to, that may be too big of a question, but it might be the same question. Can we compel that?
So Senator Case, I've got a little piece of an answer. I'm not going to provide that right now based on some testimony we got throughout the interim, but
I'm sorry.
I was waiting to bring the director in because much of the testimony, I think, touches on what we will allow the Director Reiner to testify to us, but that's very pertinent, very important questions that you ask, Senator Case. And, in other words, from a legal standpoint, just because you have a right of way doesn't mean you can do anything you want with that.
That's the basic part.
Yeah. So, Mr. Woody, anything else? Any questions for Union Telephone? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case alluded to a suit involving the railway right-of-ways, but I was unclear from what he said how that turned out. Could we get him to elaborate on that?
Senator Case, do you remember?
I do. I think in the end, for much of the right of way in question, it was ruled that the railroad didn't really have the right to sublease it. And they ended up with a settlement whereby some of the lease revenues were shared with the underlying owners, and the suit kind of went away. But I believe it was an MCI case, if I remember right. But that was the old telephone company. It was the new telephone company at one time, Mr. Chairman. Okay. So that's, I think it ruled against the railroad, Senator Scott.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Co-Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Woody, in regards to the suggested language change on page 3, inserting after shall issue or deny, do you believe that that would be a hindrance towards the intent of the legislation, or would that change anything for you at all?
Mr. Woody?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Lindholm, I think making that change allows the municipality to do with the application what they deem necessary to do with the application. So I don't have any issues with it per se.
Are they just going to deny?
Mr. Chairman, that was my fear with the original language, would be that we would just get, because of time, denied and have to put it back in. So having it either way, I think it does help with that.
Mr. Woody, thank you. Any follow-up, Mr. Co-Chairman?
Nope.
Okay. Anything else, committee? Okay, Mr. Woody, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further public testimony. Further public testimony on this bill. I'm going to go to Director Reiner. Director Reiner, I've got you, and I reserve the right, Director, to come back to you a little later as well, but I'll let you weigh in at this point. So good afternoon. Thanks for being here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I thank you for letting me be here today. So for the record, Luke Reiner, Director YDOT. Let me first thank you for, working schedule. And let me thank all the veterans who are on this call here today and wish you an early happy Veterans Day, and thank you for your service. So it all certainly matters. In regards to this bill, like has been said we did participate in the interim and are very comfortable with the process of supporting expansion of broadband throughout the state. As the YDOT director, it is certainly my responsibility to balance many users in the right of way. And in fact, this year we've issued over 400 permits for access into the right of way. We rarely deny. It typically, though, if we don't like what's been suggested, we will suggest a modification, and that would be, it might be there's too many utilities there where the utility company might want to go, and so we might say, hey, listen, you may need to dig down 20 feet and bore, and look for some alternative methods to get to yes, because we do see that as our role. We have been working recently with CARES money and really working to expedite those requests and get them approved in a timely manner. And I'm fairly content organizationally how we've done on that. Like has been suggested, we do have some concern about the shalls in the verbiage. There was one shall on page 2, line 21, and then the other shall that you've talked about on page 3. Our recommendation to you would be that you could modify line 19 and 20 to say something about a complete application that meets, applicable utility accommodation requirements. Because when we see the word shall, I as a director, I do think it sets us up for some conflict between competing statutory requirements, because there may be some issue. There may be sometimes we just flat can't issue a permit. Here's an example. We are limited in the amount of right-of-way by law we can keep. There are some roads that we know when we have enough funding, we want to take from 2-lane to 5-lane. We may only have enough right-of-way for that 5-lane, which means there may not be space in that right-of-way to put those utilities right now because of future expansion plans of that highway. And so that is an issue. And we have one of those going on actually right now. There could already be something there. And you think about areas like the Wind River Canyon, which are pretty constricted. And so those are areas there. Again, our goal is always to get to yes. But there are some times when it just, the word shall, like has been said before, is concerning to us, and we recommend that we address that. A couple other comments. I am privileged enough to have a full-time staff that works that. And so we are okay with the 10 and 20 days. We're also okay if you shift it to make it longer, but as YDOT, we're comfortable with the 10 and 20 days. And then in terms of the requirements in section 2 and section 3, we're fine with those, and we'll execute as directed. Mr. Chairman, that's a quick summary of where we stand on the bill, and would certainly stand for questions. I do have in my office with me Mr. Ken Keel, and so if there's real specific questions on very specific questions on right away, he is here, and Mr. Troy Babbitt is also with us as well.
So Director Reiner, just real quickly, thank you again for being here. With regard to the federal angle, do you want to touch on that for a moment or two? We spent quite a bit of time on that during the interim on that task force, but that's come up this afternoon a little bit. There are some significant hurdles on that front, are there not?
Mr. Chairman, in regarding to the federal land and the BLM and the Forest Service, there are challenges getting across that land, because what they give us is basically the right to occupy that land for a road, but there are still requirements that we have to meet in terms of environmental and other laws in crossing that land. With your permission, let me see what Mr. Keel would add to that specific question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Q. Thanks for being here.
Are you muted?
No, I'm not muted.
So dealing with the federal lands, sometimes they will push, for example, the Forest Service, they will push utilities right back into our right of way. Sometimes they will actually even, we've even had to accommodate gas lines right up against the roadway in very tight locations. Again, it goes back to the utility company as far as getting permission from the BLM. They also have to apply for permits to occupy the same right of way we have. And that's part of our regulations. They are required to do that. But overall, it's just part of the game we have to play with those with the other agencies. Did I cover okay, sir?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, the bottom line is it certainly does extend the timeline based on current federal rules.
Okay, thank you, Director. Any questions of YDOT thus far, committee? Okay, we're going to continue to move on. I'm going to go right down my list. We've got some good folks joining us this afternoon. I'm going to start with Ms. Zerga. Liz, welcome. Thanks for being here this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Liz Zerga. I represent the Wyoming Telecommunications Association. First of all, I want to thank the Broadband Legislative Task Force. We worked extensively with the task force in the last 8 months regarding these bills, which originally was a very large bill. And this is a piece of it that has been pulled out and has been reworked a couple of times. I'm going to start with actually the last couple of sections and say that Section 2 and Section 3 is something that we've been very supportive of. The issue with federal right-of-way on state highway lands has proven to be extremely difficult, even with respect to applications that were made for CARES Act funding. Some of the answers with back from the federal government with respect to permitting and right-of-way on things that were very, very time sensitive and had to be completed in about 7 months. The answers back were that they could get to that in 18 months. So we're extremely supportive of the highway department going to the federal government and asking them if there can't be some kind of blanket easement or blanket right-of-way, again, knowing full well that it's up to the federal government to make that decision, but we could use all the help we can get with respect to that issue. Turning to the first part of the bill, so as the Broadband Legislative Task Force addressed the issue of local government entities and the State Highway Department responding to really what is two things. And I think initially this bill did not adequately distinguish between the two. It's getting better, but I think there are some improvements that can be made. So when a broadband or a telecommunications company or a cable company goes before a city or a county, let's start with those. The first thing we do is we have to apply for a franchise. And the original language in the statute that you see in 126.813, the reflection on lines 12, where it said before it's stricken, to obtain consent from the city council. And it goes on and does the same thing with respect to county commissioners. Really, what we were talking about here was franchise authority. And there isn't a separate franchise statute for municipalities, but the obtaining consent was franchise. That takes a heck of a lot longer because of city council readings than the kind of timeframes we're talking about in this bill. So what I tried to stress with the Broadband Legislative Task Force was that what we really should be narrowing down to and looking at is not franchises. Those have their own statutory requirements and own procedures with local governments. But really, it's permits, it's permitting. You already have the franchise and you go to get a permit. And the way this bill is structured is it's dealing with the original section that's talking about getting consent, franchises. So you do go to a city council or a board of county commissioners to get a franchise. But when we're talking about permits, especially for medium and large size cities and towns, we're often not talking about city councils. We're not talking about boards of county commissioners. We're talking about perhaps the planning department, the zoning department, those kinds of entities. So I have a couple of cleanup amendments that I hope would be viewed positively and be helpful with respect to the first part of this bill. We are supportive of the concept of, with respect to having permits, that there be a timeline for response. Occasionally those become, pretty lengthy to get those permits. But I also appreciate the comments of my friends at the Board of County Commissioners and with the city, that they also need the ability to review those. And there are certainly public health and public safety issues that can be involved. And so I don't think that a rubber stamp is appropriate. I do think it takes time to look through these and to make reasonable decisions. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know if it's now, I believe you have a copy of my amendments. I would like to walk through those at the appropriate time.
Ms. Zerga, thank you. I'll ask if you can kind of stand by, and when we begin to work the bill, that might be the appropriate time to bring you back in and make sure we track those correctly. Appreciate that. Ms. Zerga, any other thoughts to share before we go on to other testimony?
No, just thank you very much for all the time and effort to both you and Mr. Chairman for your work on the Broadband Legislative Task Force to work on this issue with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, anything for Ms. Zerga? Okay, we're going to move on to Mr. Glass. You are next on the list. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Brett Glass, and I am the owner and operator and proprietor of Lariat, which is a small wireless internet provider in Laramie, Wyoming. And well, I think this bill in general is a good thing, and it's timely, especially because many cities, including the city of Laramie, have unwisely begun to adopt super restrictive ordinances which allow them to avoid the FCC shot clocks and impose lots and lots of obstacles to the deployment of broadband. I think, while I do believe in local control, I think in some cases these are just attempts at local bureaucracy. I think we really need to make sure that the local bureaucrats don't get in the way of providing broadband to our citizens. I have some specific, I think a general bill is good. I have some specific amendments which I have emailed to the committee, and I don't know whether you'd like me to go through them now or if you'd like me to go through them when you work the bill. One of them is a minor language change. The other is more substantive and I think would help to avoid some of the problems that have been mentioned earlier. Concerning reaching the right of way and possibly disrupting the infrastructure along the side of the right of way.
So, Mr. Glass, there again, I think it might be appropriate as we work the bill, if you don't mind being on standby in that regard. And I would ask Mr. Fuller, if he's still listening in, Brian, have you been copied in? I forgot to take a look on those provided by Mr. Glass. Do you have those proposed amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have those amendments.
Okay. We'll try to make sure that we get Mr. Fuller up to speed then. I should have made sure that you were forwarded what was being suggested, Mr. Fuller. So, Mr. Glass, any other comments? And we'll sure reserve the right to bring you back when the time comes. with any considerations on amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, those are all of my comments on 195.
Okay. I think I see Mr. Babbitt ready to testify, hopefully.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Troy Babbitt, CTO of YDOT. Director Reiner covered our comments. I have no further.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate that. Mark Gillett. Mark, are you available and standing by? Okay, we'll move on. Ms. Levin, Jody, are you here this afternoon?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Levin. Good to have you here.
Thank you. Jody Levin on behalf of Charter. Mr. Chairman and certainly Co-Chairman Lindholm, I will echo many of the comments that you've already heard from Ms. Zerga, an appreciation for all the hard work of the Broadband Task Force over the interim. It was certainly an active task force, and the bills that you started with at the beginning of the interim, very large, very complex bills, and have now been broken into these separate individual issues, and many of them getting to a point where they will be helpful to the industry. And so we do thank you for everything you're doing to try to help industry in the deployment of broadband. On this particular bill, as I testified throughout the interim, and it has taken several iterations over the months, Charter has had several concerns about the applicability of this bill, the reach of this bill, and many of those issues have been addressed. However, in this latest iteration, now that we raised the issue of franchises, and that was one of the concerns I raised over the interim, was a concern that this bill could impact franchises. Unfortunately, the way the language now reads, Charter has a couple of concerns, and I had hoped to have amendments for you today, but the amendments that Charter had initially drafted, they raised some unintentional consequences, and so they need more work. And I don't think they're going to be issues that are difficult to overcome, but when we talk about the communications industry, as you've heard me testify for many years, definitions are very important to this industry. And Charter is not a communications company. It is a cable company. So at the outset, one of the first concerns is that this does not actually apply to the cable company. So that's an amendment that I think we can easily address. The other amendments with respect to the franchise agreements, Charter's concern is that some of this language they believe will undo the work that this committee accomplished with House Bill 19 this session. They feel like there's an opportunity that there is a loophole that can be created where a municipality could come in and actually ask for an additional franchise. That's the entire work that we spent last interim in House Bill 19 trying to address. So I think these are easy issues that we can work to fix. I don't have those fixes for you today, but I promise you I will have those for you to work on during session.
So Ms. Levin, are you comfortable enough that if the committee decides to forward and continue the work on this piece of legislation, you're okay with that?
Mr. Chairman, I did have the opportunity to review the amendments that Ms. Zerga will be addressing with you, and I do believe those are good changes that help clarify a number of the issues. We really do want to be careful and I am sympathetic to the comments from local government. We do want to separate out franchises from any permits that a company would have to obtain. And so that's an important distinction, and her amendments do clear up some of that. The other issues are more with respect to Charter and their desire to be very clear in definitions on who is eligible. And I know it wasn't the intent of the task force to exclude Charter. Often there's a belief that communications company will include cable companies. But once you start talking about franchises, they get very persistent that we actually reference cable company and you reference the US code because that's where their authority is derived from. It's not derived out of state law.
Good reminder. Ms. Levin, thank you. And we did spend quite a bit of time this interim, and I don't think it was ever the intention of the task force to really get involved much with franchise. And so you and Ms. Zerga have done a good job of reminding the committee of that. But committee, any questions for Ms. Levin and the cable company? Okay, Ms. Levin, thank you. Appreciate you coming this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll ask one more time if Mark is available. Mark Dillon, and is Mark, Director Reiner, is Mark involved with YDOT by any chance?
Mr. Chairman, you know what? That's Mark Gillette. And he is with YDOT, and he is not with us this afternoon.
Okay, thank you for that. I apologize for mispronouncing Mark's last name. He leaves the E off the end of his name. So
he does, yes, sir. And I should have picked up on it too. So
okay, no problem. That is all that I have for public testimony. I'll ask one more time if anybody here with us this afternoon wants to testify. There's nobody left in the hopper. So I'm going to close public testimony. And Senator Scott, did you have a question or a thought?
Mr. Chairman, back on the bill.
Yes, we are back on the bill and it's in the committee's hands. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I think this bill is quite important. I will tell you, I've personally gotten an education on the importance of broadband just with the difficulties I've had with this committee meeting and insufficient bandwidth. But Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote no on the bill and I want to explain why. Mr. Chairman, frankly, the agenda I had showed this as a bill we were going to consider tomorrow morning, and I'd planned tonight as the night to work it up so I'd have it fresh in the morning. And as a result of the movement, which I was unaware was going to happen, I had difficulty understanding most of the explanation of the bill and some of the issues. And the issues that have been raised on the timing and on the shells instead of mays or ability to deny appear to be quite serious. I'm just not comfortable with turning this into a committee bill. I think it could come forward as a private bill and be heard as such during session. But I'm just not comfortable on voting for it with the difficulties I've had, both not having the ability to get prepared for it and some of the broadband difficulties I've had, understanding a little of what was said. So.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Committee, what is your pleasure on this bill? I guess we'll find out if we have a motion.
We've got to move for a second.
If we get a motion and a second, we'll converse a little bit more on this bill. Otherwise,
I'll move it.
Okay, it's moved by the co-chairman. Do I have a second? Do I have a seconded by Representative Ayer? Okay, so committee has been moved and seconded. Further discussion on this bill. Representative Clausen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have massive amounts of experience on this very issue. So 20 years ago, I worked for a company that we actually were going to do, well, we engineered and built everything. It was just fiber to the house was we were contractors, but we contracted to a company. We did the engineering and the construction, and then this company happened to go broke before everything was complete. But massive amounts of experience with right of ways. I also have 16 right of ways that go through my own property. This is an age-old problem. I've worked on both sides of this issue. So everybody says it's very easy if you just give us the right of way, and that actually belongs to someone else. It's private property. So people look in the highway right of way and say, oh, that's public property. Well, it's not. It's a right of way that belongs to, it was allowed for simply the highway, or if there's a pipeline right of way or a railroad right of way, it was usually a right-of-way, a legal document that says you can build this inside of these parameters, and that's that. You don't own that piece of property. It's a legal description. To give you an example, there on my property, there are 3 major power lines. You can go to the courthouse and you can look up liens against my very property that is actually easements. It's very complex. When you get into what this attempts to do, it's called piggybacking right away. So you want to throw your whatever you want to do, whether it's broadband, whether it's another gas line, whether it's it gets almost everything that has to deal with an easement. So you're piggybacker right away. Okay, somebody comes in and says, I want to go right beside this right away with fiber optics, which it's happened to me. It's not in the description of the right of way. It's nothing that was in the original agreements. It's convenient, yes. Is it a public purpose? Probably. If it's a public purpose, then you either negotiate the right of way, or if it's a big enough public purpose, you go to eminent domain and you condemn this right of way. Anyway, that's the right of way problem with this bill, the private property rights problem. The other problem is the way this is structured with the permit to go through the city. If a city manager was gung-ho about this broadband project for any particular company, to speedily pass their project, all they would have to do is not look at the permit and let it expire, and then they would instantly pass. So if you were really gung-ho about it and you didn't want to have to jump through the hoops, all you have to do is say, let it expire, and boom, your permit passes. So those are the major problems.
Thank you, Representative Clausen. Good comments. Committee, other comments on this bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. I think Representative Clausen would be right, or could be construed as being right in regards to the legislation without some amendments. Right. I definitely see the concerns about the shall issue and only shall issue. That could definitely piggyback on that scenario. And that's why I think it's important that the locals have the authority to be able to deny. And I would also note that there's nothing in this bill as it stands right now that repeals any of the regulatory requirements or requirements of any existing or any future easement. So none of that is suspended. None of that disappears because the city has to reply or a county has to reply. All of those requirements are still in place. But like I said, I do see the concern without an amendment, how it could be problematic. So, Mr. Chairman, that's what I would like to, I guess, I've got 2 different ideas on amendment, and I don't know which the committee will prefer, but basically, Mr. Chairman, what it would be is we could either put the or deny language that I talked about, or you could put in on page 3, line 6, that they've got shall issue a decision on all necessary authorizations and licenses. And that leaves them, I think, a broader opening as far as being able to say, instead of just a flat denial or a flat acceptance, they'd be able to work better with industry in that regard by saying a decision on versus approval or denial. But I would definitely like to hear the committee. Before I move that forward, I would like to hear the committee's opinion on that in that regard.
Committee, any thoughts on a better way that we might want to approach this? And, the idea being, can we get this bill to a comfort zone that we feel that we can pass on to the session, knowing that we still got work to do? So I guess that's where we're at with this bill. I think the co-chairman is zeroing in on some of the testimony that we've gotten to try to alleviate some of those concerns. I'm looking at Senator Case just because you've chaired this area of the world for a long time. What are your thoughts, Senator, on this?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it's probably an improvement. I do think that the rendering the decision part is kind of problematic. certainly what you could do is deny anything or throw out a decision that denies it and use that and say, but come back to us tomorrow with a new application and change this. So it could kind of work like that. I think a lot of times I've seen restrictions where there was a little bit more flexibility that allowed the time frame to be extended by mutual consent. That happens a lot where there's a clock ticking. Maybe. And sometimes it just says, we need more time to talk with you about this, or we want to go show you something. I think the best one is Mr. Riemann who said, approve, respond, or deny. I think there were three, but it's an improvement. Can't fault the co-chairman for trying to improve it.
Yeah, very good thoughts on that. I think what you just described, Senator, is it allows for some urgency, which is the underlying premise of the whole thing is, how do we put some urgency out there so that we can get broadband to our state? But at the same time, you're right. That would allow for some flexibility if we say, or mutually agreed upon, whatever. So any other thoughts on where we might want to go with this, or specific to the co-chairman's couple of options there? Mr. Co-chairman, I'll come back to you and see what you think. Maybe let's go to some amendments. Let's go ahead and work this bill and see if we can get it where we are comfortable. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that on line 6.
Which page?
I'm sorry, page 3. I apologize. Line 6, strike issue. Insert approve, respond, or deny. Line 10, strike issued. Insert approve, respond, or denied. Would it be approved, responded, or denied? That's my motion to handle that specific situation. I think that I'll explain it. Thank you. A second.
Second.
Yeah. A second by Representative Duncan. Discussion on the amendment.
Can we give staff some ability to wordsmith that a little bit? Because it's not quite right.
Yeah.
They're not three discrete things, but.
Mr. Fuller, welcome back aboard here. Appreciate your smiling face. And are you tracking what the co-chairman's up to?
I am, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe with some latitude to tweak later, the simplest fix would be to say on line 10, have not been approved, responded to, or denied. Although I would note that as a pretty quick thought. The grammar's not the best, but.
Sure. With my motion is with the intent of latitude, absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that, Brian, appreciate it. Committee, anything else on that motion? Okay, go ahead, Representative Clausen.
So the way, Mr. Chairman, the way it would read would be approve, respond, denied, and then it would go on to say, if you didn't approve, respond, or deny, it shall be deemed to have been approved. That doesn't solve the problem if you just, someone kind of and says, this is approved because we didn't do anything, it's in a drawer.
Right, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
I think that's a separate issue, and for the purposes of this motion, I'll get to that next one.
Okay, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, does this deal with the problem of the smaller municipalities that might only meet once a month?
I'm going to, Mr. Chairman, no, and I'm going to get to that in my next motion.
Okay, well, thank you, Senator Scott. We'll touch on that in a moment. I do think that Senator Schuler is standing by on that issue as well, but we'll tackle that. The motion at this point just tracks in 2 spots. Approve, respond, or deny. So all in favor of that motion, please show your hand to the camera on your device. Okay. Okay, any opposed to that motion? Okay, one opposed. That motion has passed. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll take a stab at this, but I don't know where Senator Schuler's going to be at on this. I'll definitely hopefully respect. Hopefully this is respecting her wishes. But my intent would be to move on this is on page 3, line 5, strike 10, insert 30, line 8, strike 20, insert 45. And I'll explain my reasoning behind that if I get a second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Duncan. Discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think the shot clock is still important, but I do think this allows the opportunity for those small municipalities that don't meet that often, or those small counties that don't meet that often, to be able to handle business, at least in a response type way. I mean, because now all they've got to do is respond back that we're considering this. And so I think this will provide them that time, because they can just respond at this point, the way the bill's been amended.
Representative Clem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Co-Chairman Lindholm did send out, did you send that to everybody as far as?
No, just you.
Okay, I know there was something that he sent me that is similar in statute that says 45 days to respond to something. I forget what it was.
Subdivisions.
It was subdivisions, that's right. My question is this, should it be, these are business days that we're talking about. The one example that you had sent me was not business days, it was just 45 days. And so I don't know what your thought is on striking business. If we were to change it to 30 days and 45 days, should it be business days? That makes it that much longer. I don't know. I'm just curious your thoughts on that.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honestly, anything is better than 2 years right now. That's my biggest heartbreak that you hear about from industry, is the fact that, these are Wyoming businesses that are trying to make an investment in Wyoming. And there's some entities in this state that are specifically holding that up because they don't want to see development. And so, while I certainly disagree with those entities, they have the right to do so. At least this way, they've got a little bit more time to be able to respond or deny and be able to explain to their constituents. So either way, business days, or I'll leave it towards the committee, however you guys want to handle it.
So, Mr. Fuller, I'm going to go to Senator Schuler. I'm sorry, Brian, I'll come to you in a minute just to make sure we're tracking properly. So, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that's more than fair. And I actually was going to suggest, if it's okay, as a friendly amendment, that it be calendar days rather than business days. I think that's more than reasonable. Thank you.
So, Senator, just to make sure I got that right, you're saying 45 calendar days as opposed to 45 business days?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Committee, further discussion on the motion that's on the floor.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
I, as the bringer of the motion, accept that as a friendly amendment if my second does.
Yes.
Okay. Both the second and the bringer of the motion agreed to that. And so,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Clem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, maybe just, giving our staff a little bit of latitude. I don't know if we need to specify calendar days or just strike business altogether. Then it just reads 30 days or 45 days. And just so, and elsewhere in statute, that's how we've handled that. So that's the only reason I bring that up.
So, Mr. Fuller, you might be able to help me remember, during the interim, we had some testimony regarding business days versus calendar days, and I can't remember some of the things that were brought up. Any thoughts on this? Any concerns you might have? Or
Mr. Chairman, so long as the intent, business days has a very specific connotation. Generally, if that word is omitted, it's going to be 30 days or 45 days.
Okay. Mr. Fuller, have you tracked this particular motion? Are you set?
Yes.
Good to go. Okay. Committee, anything else on this motion?
Question?
All in favor, please raise your hand at the camera. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Any opposed? Okay, that motion has passed. We're back on the bill. Mr. Co-Chairman, do you have anything further?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I would look for advice from the more senior members of the legislature. I'm looking at you,
Senator Scott.
In regards to where it would be best put in regards to putting in some language unless agreed upon between the two entities, as far as the timeline is concerned.
Well, since it's 5:06, we could do a conceptual to staff.
I like conceptuals.
I was looking at that square that says Brian Fuller. So,
Mr. Chairman, then I think Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Fuller, would love to hear your thoughts on that. That came up here a little bit ago, and maybe you've already been pondering.
Mr. Chairman, one option would be on page 3, line 1, just as an introductory clause to that sentence. Something to the effect of, unless otherwise agreed upon by, and I'll need to finesse that language, but that would be one option.
So moved.
I think that was your motion.
Yeah, that was
Mr.
totally my
Co-Chairman?
motion. I was going to put it right there.
Do I have a second to that motion? Second. Seconded by Representative Ayer this time. So, committee, does everybody understand what that motion is and does? Okay. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Okay. Anybody opposed? That motion has passed. We are back on the bill. Mr. Co-Chairman or anyone else, do we have other proposed amendments? Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in that first amendment, we didn't deal with the language about, we didn't completely fix that section, right? Representative Clausen brought up the rest of that sentence. Or did I miss something?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think that was in regards to the days. Specifically, Representative Clausen's concern was, well, then a city manager could just run out.
I gotcha. So it did get fixed. Kind of?
If it's agreed upon, they can respond. So I guess, I don't think we're gonna completely handle Representative Clausen's concerns, but with that black helicopter flying, I don't think we're ever gonna.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Co-Chairman. Representative Clem?
Yeah.
It kind of looks like you've got something there.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. On that first amendment that we dealt with, I wonder if we need to do something similar in page 2, line 21. Because right now, it reads, starting in line 19, the new language, upon receiving an application as required in this subsection, any necessary permits, licenses, authorization shall be issued. And that was one of the things that the director of our Department of Transportation brought up, that shall be issued. So I don't know if we need to shall be issued, responded to, or denied. And so I wonder if, seeing that head shake, some nodding there. So perhaps, well, we didn't, I'll just go ahead and make that motion that we use the same language that we did for that first amendment.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That actually might, I'll let Representative Clausen speak for himself, but that actually might fix this issue. I don't know.
Certainly,
it sure heads in the direction of Representative Clausen's part of the world, I'll tell you that.
I've dealt with a lot of these, Mr. Chairman.
I know. And for the record, I appreciate the experience that so many of us bring to the table, including you, Representative. So, okay, the motion, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, where does that language go?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, either Representative Clem, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That would be on page 2, Senator Scott. It will be at the portion shall be issued. We would insert the same language instead of strike issued, we will put shall be approved, responded to, or denied. And I'm guessing this Representative Clem's motion intended some latitude there for LSO also.
Correct.
Okay, so Mr. Fuller, do you follow on that motion as well? And it also may need your experienced touch.
Yes.
Go ahead. All the committee, anything else on that motion? Are we clear? Okay, all in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Okay. And any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, I think one, we will, so that motion is passed and we will return to the bill. Anything else, committee?
Question?
Question on the bill.
Okay. Mr. Hewitt, we are ready on 195 version 0.4. Would you please take the roll on that? My apologies, Mr. Fuller. I'm so used to going to Mr. Hewitt. So Mr. Fuller, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just before that, I don't know if the committee wanted to consider, of course, it's certainly the committee's decision, the amendments that were provided by commenters to the committee.
We never did take those up, I don't think.
We never did. And Mr. Fuller, thank you. So, that's my fault, committee. I had that written down and it's getting late in the evening, but yes, I think Ms. Zerga, I believe you had some amendments you wanted the committee to consider. We're going to go to you and provide that opportunity for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Liz Zerga, representing the Wyoming Telecommunications Association. You should have written amendments, and what I would tell you is the first two amendments that I have listed return the top part of the language to the original statutory language to make clear that we're going to separate out in this bill addressing permits and licenses as opposed to franchises. And so what it does is it returns the original language, and then it has a provision that says all construction permits and licenses to construct broadband facilities on government property or public rights of way shall be submitted to the appropriate governing entity by application on such form as the entity may require. This divides out that issue of franchises, and it plays right in with the subsequent amendments on page 2, line 21, and following on down. All those do is, with respect to permits, licenses to construct, is it removes council or board of. That gets to the issue that the city can approve or deny, the county can approve or deny. You don't necessarily have to go through the city council or the board of county commissioners, because again, a lot of these permits are not handled by them. They're handled by departments within the city, departments within the county. That's all these amendments do. And I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Zerga, thank you. And I'm glad we remembered to come back to you on those. So committee, does that make sense, what's being suggested by Ms. Zerga? I wonder if anybody on the committee wishes to move that.
Senator Scott.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, in response to, does that make sense? Mr. Chairman, I can't figure out what she's talking about where.
I'm guessing he doesn't have to amend it.
I don't think he's going to move it.
Ms. Zerga, can you weigh back in and help us on that? Senator Schuler, let's go to you first, and then Liz will come back and maybe you can track that one more time just to make sure our committee's following. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually just waving to my husband out the window. Sorry. Just ignore that.
Waving at us.
It's a Zoom meeting for sure.
Yeah, we're Zooming for sure. Late on an evening, we're still working. Anyway, here we go. So Liz, back to you.
Thank you.
Can you track that one more time just to make sure that Scott and the rest of the committee can feel with what we're doing?
Yeah, I'll go a little more thoroughly through it. So the first amendment, actually the first two, It's on page 2. And what it does is it restores up through line 18 all of the original statutory language. So you don't have these changes to the statutory language. It would still say to obtain consent instead of file an application. It would just return it to the original statute, which is addressing a combination of two things. It's addressing both franchises and permits. And then what it does at page 2 after line 18, so you've returned to original statute, it says all construction permits and licenses. So we're clarifying what we're talking about here. All construction permits and licenses to construct broadband facilities on government property or public rights of way shall be submitted to the appropriate governing entity by application on such form as the entity may require. And so then from then on, when it refers to permits and licenses, which is all in the new language in the statute, it's clear that we're talking about you're submitting it to the government entity, but it doesn't define that it's the city council or that it is the board of county commissioners. And so the changes thereafter take out the words council, so it's just city, and they take out the words board of or county commissioners. So it's just county. What this allows you to do is these permits today, as I'm telling you, a lot of them are not issued by city councils. You don't want to force broadband providers to have to go through a city council for a construction permit. If currently it is a city planning department that issues permits, the language that I'm proposing would leave it with just the city, so the city can delegate. The city can say it's not the city council, it's the city zoning and planning like they do today. So my changes would restore to the original language, pull out construction permits and say that's what we're talking about. The timeframes would apply to construction permits and licenses, and it would preserve the ability of cities and counties to do what they do today, which is delegate some of this to some of their subdivisions.
Thank you, Ms. Zerga, for walking us back through. And in all seriousness, I want to make sure the committee is good to go on what's being suggested here. Mr. Fuller, knowing that you did not have a copy of this, were you able to track that in just now?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a copy of this amendment, and I actually do now also have a copy of Mr. Glass's proposals as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So committee, it won't matter if we don't have a motion in this regard. Is there any interest in someone on the committee bringing a motion?
I'll move it.
Mr. Co-Chairman has moved it, and second by Representative Furphy. Any further? Anything further on this motion? All in favor? So Representative Clem first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my only concern, and I'm not sure if it messes with the language or not. So page 2, we're reinserting all the old language, but you'll notice there, so lines 19 through 23 and on to page 3 are predicated on this new language. So you see the new language on lines 12 and 14, file an application with the city, file an application with the city. Line 19, upon receiving an application as required in the subsection. So maybe it works, but now we're getting rid of the file an application with on lines 12 and 14, reinserting the old language. And I understand the reason why, and I think it's a good reason. I don't know, perhaps the co-chairman could speak. Does it make sense if we do it that way? That's all I'm asking.
Representative, I'm going to line 19, and it seems as though it tracks. Ms. Zerga, can you help on that front for a moment and give us a little comfort that it is tracking? Does it do exactly what we need it to do?
I think so, Mr. Chairman, because the amendment that I proposed has an application in it. It's page 2, after line 18. These permits and licenses have to be submitted on an application.
Good. Oh, good. Thank you for that reminder. Okay, so that's the qualifier, and I think Representative Clem's good there. Committee, anything else on this motion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Any opposed? That motion carries. Ms. Zerga, anything else?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Glass, if you're still there, we would like to hear from you, give you the opportunity to present some thoughts. I think you had an idea for an amendment or two yourself.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. I have suggested just a couple of small amendments. The first one is very simple. On page 2, line 4 of the draft bill, it says that corporations are authorized to use state right-of-way to provide broadband. This language is inconsistent with that of other bills and also the current statute, which uses the word persons. And the reason why it uses the word persons is to ensure that all broadband providers, regardless of their form of business, whether they're a proprietorship, a partnership, or a corporation, are treated equally. My business is a sole proprietorship, and there are lots of other small internet providers serving various places in Wyoming, which are partnerships or proprietorships. Therefore, I would like to call for a friendly amendment to change the word corporations to either business entities or simply persons, the way it is in other statutes. Should I go on to the other point, or?
Please do.
Okay.
I think we're taking notes, and we'll come back and take both of your considerations under consideration. Go ahead, Mr. Glass.
Okay, the only other thing which I noticed, which could be of some concern, and actually might remedy a problem which was talked about earlier, is that on page 3, line 17, that section there says that the bill as written explicitly doesn't authorize the construction of towers in the right of way, and I can understand why someone wouldn't want gigantic towers built in the highway right of way just automatically just because this bill says so. However, almost every broadband installation and any place where your fiber comes up out of the ground and serves the area is going to require electric power. It's going to require some way of getting fiber or coax in or out. And if it's wireless, the way my networks are, it might require just a pole tall enough to get over a semi truck so that you can beam, using millimeter wave or microwave technology, beam the broadband out to the surrounding area. So what I propose there is that a single metallic or wooden pole up to 30 feet in height and no more than a foot in diameter, in other words, basically a telephone pole or utility pole, be classified as a fixture rather than as a tower, so that it's clear that it's possible to do that. And that's the other amendment I would propose.
Mr. Glass, I struggled with the language and exactly how that's tracking. I totally get where you're going with that, but can you go over that one more time with your description of that single pole?
A single metallic or wooden pole up to 30 feet in height and no more than 1 foot in diameter shall be classified as a fixture, not a tower.
Is fixture defined somewhere?
The word fixture is used in the draft statute.
Okay, Mr. Glass, thank you for those thoughts.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Clem.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure about the second recommendation, but I'll go ahead and make a motion that on page, what is that, page 2, line 4, strike out corporations and put persons.
Do I have a second to that? And then we can, Representative Ayers seconded. I might ask Mr. Fuller thoughts regarding persons versus business entities. Both have been suggested. Mr. Fuller, do you have any thoughts? You You drafted so much of the language in these 6 or 8 bills this summer. What are your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's, purely a policy decision. 2 thoughts. First, persons would include indeed individual persons, as well as businesses. It would be the definition, the default definition in Title VIII that applies universally throughout statute unless it's specifically defined. The other thing I would note is that existing statute, page 2, line 13, does use use the term person as opposed to corporations.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I very much agree with that. And I think that persons is the right word to use because of the Title VIII definition. And I would further ask, Mr. Chairman, does that apply to page 3, line 17 as well?
Mr. Fuller, go ahead. Any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, that is certainly a question, for the committee to consider. The specific term communications company was used there. That was the language that the task force adopted. So that would, I think, certainly be within the purview of the committee to decide.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
May I ask Mr. Fuller? Mr. Fuller, the term communications company, does that imply public use? And is that defined anywhere that would include that it has to be for public use? Or can it be a private point-to-point kind of situation?
Yep.
Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, the term communication company is defined for purposes of the statute. It's 126.813, it's subsection B, which is not amended in this bill, but it's defined as a person, agent, contractor, or subcontractor of a person who provides services that are telecommunication services, internet protocol enabled service, and voice over internet protocol. And those 2 latter terms are defined.
So, Mr. Chairman,
go ahead, Senator.
If we have the word person, that seems to me to imply a very broad term. It could even mean an individual person seeking to use a public right-of-way to connect something that's totally private. Maybe it's his house with his kid's house, or
and if you had
do you have to have a communications company do that? Can a communications company do that, but a person acting alone could not do that? Are we trying to forestall one or the other? Are we thinking about a public use for this kind of privilege, or are we allowing private uses of public right of way? So I'm a little confused, and the discussion of person sort of has kicked that off to me. The old language says a corporation authorized to do business in this state for the purpose of public utility, which to me is public, or communications company. But the communications company can be public or private possibly. So I'm just getting tangled up in all this, and I think it's because I'm a little tired, but did you guys talk about that?
Senator Scott really wants to weigh in on this. I'm going to let Senator Scott do that. So please join us, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and I will share Senator Case's comment that it's getting late, having trouble. Mr. Chairman, my question was, I thought I heard Mr. Fuller describe the definition of a communications company as including a person. And if that's right, would that mean that somebody who is operating as a sole proprietor in this business would qualify as a communications company? Because if they do, then I don't think the amendment needs to change page 3, line 17.
Just for the record, the motion on the floor committee only deals with page 2. It did not include the language on page 3. Unless a friendly amendment was accepted to the amendment. The amendment only deals with page 2, and the amendment states changing the word corporations to persons. So that remains what we are talking about at this point, is whether or not we want to pass a motion that would change that language to persons as opposed to something else. Back to the concerns of Senator Case, I think we did have quite a bit of conversation on this. And in fact, Mr. Fuller, maybe you can help me to remember, we actually tried to alleviate the concerns of cable companies to include them in the definition of communications company. But is that in separate bills that might have gone elsewhere, Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman, my recollection was that this bill did have, I think, a reference to the federal statute that defined this as that included cable operator in this definition of communications company. I believe that was removed by amendment of the task force at the final meeting last month.
So, yes, we've had some conversation, Senator, about that. I share a little bit of concern that in this day and age, cable companies do provide equal type services to quote unquote communications companies. But our committee, it boils down to, and I'll go back to the bringer of the motion, Representative Clem, persons versus corporations. We've also been suggesting today to consider business entities. Would that get more to the concern from Senator Case that I don't think our intention is to open up our rights of way to individuals. And are we doing that by changing this language? Any thoughts? Any thoughts?
I see your point, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if we would or not. I mean, that is kind of an interesting prospect that a individual person would approach a city council or somewhere with a permit to access public right of way and claim that they have a right to use that. That could be a lawsuit in the making. So that's a very good question. I'm not sure. I was just trying to simplify it and we heard that persons was used elsewhere. So I was just trying to make the language consistent. But you raise a very good question. So,
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If an individual person was a sole proprietor, they would be a business entity. So that would be satisfied without being personal, I guess, quote unquote. So if we changed it to entity, then you would maybe solve that? Maybe?
Okay. Are you ready for a vote on this motion?
Mr. Chairman, I am totally up to whatever. If you want to make that a friendly amendment, we
Would
could.
you care for that? to be a
That's
friendly
fine
amendment?
by me if it's fine with the.
Why don't you check with Mr. Glass?
This
Mr. Chairman,
I
can we consult Mr. Fuller about this?
Absolutely, Senator Nethercott, thank you. And Mr. Fuller, help us with the struggle we're having with that language.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll just start with the definition of person as it's defined in Title 8. It includes an individual, partnership, corporation, joint stock company, or any other association or entity, public or private. So that is the definition of person. In terms of, I suppose, to respond to some of the other comments, the question of could an individual person then use this section to earn or receive a right of way, that person would still have to show them that they're doing this for the purpose of constructing, maintaining, and operating a public utility or communications company. The communications company, that definition has the requirement that person or agent or contractor has to, in the course of business, offer offer internet or telecommunications services is the term used in the definition. So that's kind of the statutory language. That's the layout. Hopefully that does bring some clarity to this question.
Fuller, thank you. That helped me a great deal.
Persons it is.
Yeah, persons it is. All in favor of the motion, please show by a raise of hand to the camera. All in favor? Those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, that motion has passed.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Case.
As long as the can of worms is open, Ms. Levin had said that Charter is not a communications company. So is she still up there? I can't see her. And then, so that question is, Charter probably has more telephone numbers now than the other landline company that, I mean, I know they do. They're the biggest game in the state for providing telecommunications services. So if they're not a communications company and they can't avail themselves of this, or they don't want to because of some reason, I just want to know more about that.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I think we've allowed a lot of latitude tonight to those who have testified. And so let's go to Ms. Levin. Thank you for sticking around. Jody, Ms. Levin, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Case, thank you for the question. So the difficulty in the definitions in 126.813, it refers to telecommunications, which cable is not a telecommunications company. That is well litigated. It also refers to voice over internet protocol. So in that sense, Charter's internet services would qualify under this statute, but as their pure cable services, which that's actually the underlying infrastructure that goes into the right-of-way, that would not qualify. So it's, again, the definitions when you're talking about the communications industry become incredibly important. The definition that I was looking to propose today was going to reference the definitions that you adopted in House Bill 19, which referred to a holder of a cable franchise pursuant to 47 U.S. Code 541 et sec. If the language in this bill is now pertaining to only permits, there may be an opportunity to go back and revise that definition, but that in lies the challenge with this section in 126.813, when you have telecommunications being referenced and then VoIP services. Cable does not fit into either of those buckets, but again, it's the underlying infrastructure that's providing the service.
So Ms. Levin, reading between the lines here, it sounds like maybe that's something that you'd be willing to work on as we go forward. If this bill were to head on to the session, by that point, you would have an opportunity to work with your industry to figure some language. Am I following what you would like for us to consider doing tonight?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Depending upon how these other amendments interplay, I think we can easily work on a definition that ensures that cable is included in this section. And I appreciate it's late, and I appreciate the difficulty in these definitions. And some may feel like we get down to a splitting of the hairs, but unfortunately, these are definitions that get litigated frequently between federal jurisdiction and state jurisdiction. So I know the task force had no intention of excluding cable and charter, and I can work with the committee to address that concern heading into session.
Sure.
Whenever that might be.
I appreciate that, but I'd like to check off a box, if you don't mind. I would like to try an amendment. This is going to be a conceptual amendment for our staff to make sure that cable companies are included within this, and perhaps give them leeway to either say explicitly the words including cable companies, or to adopt Ms. Levin or a similar proposal should it become necessary. That way we'd have it in the bill when we got there, and we could, if it's not quite right, we can fix it, but at least we have a bill. That doesn't exclude the largest communications provider in the state of Wyoming, I would bet.
Senator Case, I would sure be more comfortable that way.
I'll second that. Is that a motion?
Yep.
And second.
Okay, moved and seconded, discussion, and then Senator Scott has his hand up. Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, looking at page 2, line 6, operating a public utility, is a cable company not a public utility?
Senator, I don't believe so. No. Back to the motion on the floor. Senator Case, would you, back to you to describe, to make sure that Mr. Fuller has in mind the same thing you do?
Let's hear what he thinks.
Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman, we could, with Senator Case, one option is to go back to the language of the task force had earlier adopted, which is a reference to, so basically in 126.813B would be to include a reference to a cable operator as defined by 47 USC 522.5.
That's the specific. I'm okay with that.
I think the second obviously is good with that. So committee, any questions about that? Well, go ahead, Senator Nethercott.
Question on the motion.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed?
That's why you have bad internet, Senator Scott.
Two.
You're with the wrong company.
That motion is passed. Committee, we have touched on a couple of things on page 3, which is where we are this evening, trying to move forward and get us past this bill. We have 2 more to consider tonight, and we have people waiting to testify. Representative Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious to meet Mr. Glass's concern. Is there any definition of tower? So in line 17, his concern is he doesn't want the small poles to be considered a tower.
Representative, that's a great question. And I'm not aware of that having come up very prominently during the interim, but Mr. Fuller, any thoughts?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Furphy, first, and to directly answer your question, no, there's no definition of tower, and that question did not come up. While I'm at it, I think someone asked about a definition of fixture, and that too is not defined in this article.
Senator Nethercott.
Just to help out sometimes with these definitions, we don't always have definitions located in statutes for terms specifically associated with a particular industry. And so how those get determined in the court system, if they need to be defined, which doesn't happen all that often, is you go to the customary usage within that trade or industry. And so you would hear, you'd get out the, telecommunications tower handbook, which exists somewhere, and it defines what a tower is, whether it's a unipole or a, camouflage tower or whatever it might be. I represented some telecommunications companies at one point in my career. And so that's how that gets defined without having to define every word within our statutory code. I'm sure Representative Duncan is familiar with the term fixture from real property law. And so that has a different application for that particular setting. And so it all goes back to the trade and usage of the industry without needing to define it everywhere.
Thank you for that, Senator. Representative Clausen.
Mr. Chairman, this conversation or this amendment kind of, this point points out the flaws with this bill. So we delegate we delegate authority to the political subdivisions, counties and cities to handle these details. They delegate it to their building department, planning and zoning. And then we decide that they're not fast enough. We go back through and then we realize why they're not fast enough because they have all these small details to work out, like with the pole. I mean, that's the, I know that it emphasizes the problem with what the bill's trying to do, I guess. Sorry.
Representative, that hurts the feelings of the task force, what you just said.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, no, I like Representative Clausen's idea of going back to the original bill, which actually simplified regulations.
Committee, in all seriousness, to try to finish up this bill tonight, I don't have any problem with the consideration of something in the right of way that would accommodate what Mr. Glass has pointed out, which is a 3-foot, no more than 1 foot in diameter structure along a right of way somewhere. I just don't want that prohibited because I don't necessarily want to box out any sole proprietorship or corporation that might do what he does. So we can do that in a conceptual way. Mr. Fuller, did you have that language in front of you? Any thoughts about how that tracks, or are you comfortable with how that might look on page 3?
Mr. Chairman, should the committee propose and adopt such an amendment, I think it would just be a separate sentence on page 3, line 19 after state.
So committee, whether we adopt the language Mr. Glass has suggested or not, it would take a motion or a motion that somehow does not prohibit such structure. Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we should do this right now. I mean, the plain language of this says, the company may set their fixtures and facilities along, across, or under any of the public roads so as not to inconvenience the public. Now, I understand from Senator Nethercott that fixture may have a particular meaning, but to me, fixtures and facilities, if it's, then a tower is a facility. If you could fit in either. If it doesn't, so they would, the licensing authority or whatever we're calling them would be able to put a tower in there if it didn't have any problems. But we don't want to tell them that you can follow this, but anything that is under 30 feet and under a certain diameter, you have to let in. We don't want to go that, and we don't want to play the definition of fixture versus tower versus facility, because frankly, we're all so damn tired right now that we probably would screw that up, and it. I don't feel comfortable going forward. I'd say let's vote on the bill.
I think there's a lot of wisdom there. Thank you.
Not
Senator.
much, really. I don't feel like.
Not by this point.
Not much left.
Committee, I'm very cognizant of the fact that this has run us into the evening. Appreciate your indulgence on that front. The co-chairman and I wanted to accommodate some folks that could not be here tomorrow.
Sure.
It is Veterans Day after all, and but anyway, so in the interest of this evening, I agree. Unless committee, anything else on this bill?
Question on the bill.
So, Mr. Fuller, if you would be good enough to call the roll on LSO 0195 version 0.4.
Mr. Chairman, I can call the roll.
Thank you.
Senator Cate.
Aye.
Senator Nethercott.
Aye.
Senator Schuler.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
You're muted, Senator Scott.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, the broadband ducked out on me. Mr. Chairman, no.
Should have left him on.
Representative Blackburn.
No.
Representative Clausen.
No.
Representative Clem.
Aye.
Representative Clifford.
Excused.
Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Ayer.
Aye.
Representative Furphy.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Lindholm,
Aye.
Chairman Landon,
Aye.
and Senator Scott, I did not record a vote for you.
No.
I believe
Keep it up.
Senator Scott voted no.
All right. Motion is adopted.
Thank you. That will be sent on and committee, more work to be done there. We have two more bills. I want to hurry and try to get to these. We've had people patiently waiting to testify on these. So Mr. Fuller, can you walk us through 196 version 0.3?
Yes,
State
Mr. Chairman.
fees for broadband and cellular development. Take it away, Mr. Fuller.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is 13-02 on the meeting materials. This bill draft specifies and limits the fees that can be charged for broadband and cellular projects on state and school trust lands. So moving on, first our definitions. This is page 2, line 1. There's a definition for broadband infrastructure as well as a definition for cellular tower. On page 2, line 15, this is the heart of the bill. And it specifies that no fees, rents, or other charges that exceed 1% of the reasonable market-based rate shall be charged to or collected for the use of state lands and school trust lands from any person who constructs broadband infrastructure and cellular towers on those lands. And then there are a variety of conditions attached to that. First, on page 2, line 22, there could be no construction without first applying to the Board of Land Commissioners. On page 3, line 4, the construction and operation of broadband infrastructure or cellular towers must be in accordance with law. Page 3, line 8, the infrastructure or tower that's constructed and maintained must benefit. And then line 11, the state of Wyoming, Wyoming residents, students, or businesses if it's on state lands. And then line 14, for school trust lands, it must benefit public schools and Wyoming students. On page 3, line 17 specifies that any person who damages or destroys the state or school trust lands are liable for those damages. And then on page 4, line 1, this is similar language to what the committee looked at in the last draft. It requires the Board of Land Commissioners to complete a preliminary review of any application received within 10 business days, and then issue any necessary permits or authorizations within 20 business days of receiving the application. And then on page 4, line 9, that sentence again that any application for which that's been submitted in compliance with this section and the authorizations have not been issued are deemed to have been issued if not decided within that 20-day time frame. And then, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, there's a staff comment on page 4, spanning through page 6. And this notes that the provisions in this bill draft may implicate several constitutional provisions that govern school lands and state lands in general. There's scant case law on these provisions, but I simply highlight them, particularly Article 18, Section 4, which is the last provision in the staff comment that just notes that basically prohibits special privileges for school lands. And there is a Wyoming Supreme Court case that does suggest that the prohibition is the language is granting any privileges to persons who may have settled upon any of the school lands. There is a Supreme Court case that suggests that that language refers to those settlers at the time those lands became school lands and not anything more current. But that I don't think that specific question was fully litigated in this Wyoming Supreme Court case. So those are mostly there just to note that that these provisions may come into play if this bill draft is enacted as currently drafted. And then, Mr. Chairman, just to wrap up quickly, Section 2 on page 6, line 23 is just a rulemaking requirement for the Board of Land Commissioners. and they have to promulgate any necessary rules by October 1st, 2021. And then the effective date beginning on line 27 of page 6 is split. The rulemaking is effective immediately. The remaining parts of the bill would be July 1st, 2021. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. And once again, I appreciate the work you've done drafting all of this for that task force throughout the interim. Senator Scott.
Chairman, question 2, line 16, 1% of the reasonable market-based rate. Mr. Chairman, my question is, what reasonable market-based rate? The rate for erecting a broadband infrastructure tower or a similar thing like that? Or is it the lease rate for the whole parcel or the value of the whole parcel? That's not clear to me. If it's 1% of the reasonable rate for a facility like this, then I think there's constitutional questions, and I think we're giving away school trust lands to the detriment of the schools in a way we shouldn't. If it's for a larger amount, then maybe this is real.
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, that question was not contemplated when the task force adopted this amendment. This was adopted at the most recent meeting last month. In terms of what that should be or what that should look like, I think that's a question for the committee to decide.
So that's not a misprint?
No.
It's
No, it's not. And
so basically it's taking whatever the market value of that right of way would be and saying you can only charge 1% of it, and it's school trust land?
That is the intention.
This is better than the ag preference deal that they've gone out there.
It's
Mr. Chairman,
and it was related, Senator Scott, to answer your question, not related to the facility or to the tower, or it was specific to that property and the going rate, as I remember.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, I think perhaps even on the next one, we better start out with an explanation of where the bill came from before we, and how we got to. So the intent of the broadband task force on the reasoning behind all of this has to do a lot with the fact that broadband towers and cellular towers, one of the biggest reasons for the slow on expansion in the state of Wyoming is the fact that finding a place to actually put them is pretty burdensome and pretty tough. So we got to asking around is what could the state do to help ease that? And we've got all this state trust land, and that's the reason behind, if you go to over on page 3 where it says it has to benefit school kids and whatnot, that would be the intent behind it, is if it's going to benefit citizens of the state of Wyoming, knowing what, and I'll be blunt about this, knowing what the lease rate is currently on state trust land, it's garbage, it's not competitive. It's nothing. Schools ain't making money on school trust land, I'll put it that way. Not what they should be, considering, as an example, a school trust land up in my neck of the woods goes for right around $10 an AU per month. Private property goes for right around 45 in AU per month.
We're taking this up in the revenue next week.
Are you?
You should testify.
It's completely anti-competitive, but that's the intent of this, is at least at this point, state trust lands would be at least beneficial to kids because it danger ain't bringing in money.
Well, that's exactly right, Mr. Co-Chairman, and really that's what zeroed us in on this particular provision to start with, is the fact that we have had situations over the last 6 or 8 months that our school children have had to be homeschooled. I mean, they're stuck out on the ranch or wherever, and the very places that we're trying to benefit with some of this broadband expansion would benefit students and would provide some ability to access towers when you're in school buses and things. And so that was a driver for the conversation and debate over this bill. We realize, and Mr. Fuller did a very good job of explaining that absolutely this could run headlong into constitutional issues related to you better get the most out of that state land on behalf of the schools. We thought that it was worth pushing this envelope because in the end, we are going to be benefiting schools and school children. So Representative Clem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. And it helps, I guess, explain a little bit why the 1%. It would seem to me that you would want to get your, while also in addition benefiting education and school age kids in Wyoming, it would also, you get the most bang for your buck by leasing this. So I'm not married to that 1%. I think it should be competitive. For kill two birds with one stone, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know what that number is that needs to fix that, but that's where I guess would come from on that.
I think that's a reasonable thought. And I can't speak for the co-chairman, but having served on that task force, I don't think that's as much a placeholder as anything else as we continue to move something forward if we choose to do that. But Representative Clausen.
So Mr. Chairman, Ag, Water Resources and State Lands took up this issue sort of with water disposals several weeks ago when fair market values. You walk a fine line when you start giving away right-of-ways that should be charged for to go to the public school system for a public purpose. I think it's a real constitutional, it's real tight, and you better have it really tight to make it go on.
Yeah, you might not be touching it, but you're flirting with it.
You're flirting
That's
with it.
correct.
Yeah.
So
You're past flirting with it.
Well, come on.
So there's a harassment case pending.
So, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to your point in regards to the placeholder aspect of the whole deal, I mean, what it comes down to is what is fair market value in this regard? Do we depend on our state lands to define that? Because they've done a wonderful job. I mean, I can throw stones. I ain't coming back. I'm gonna throw those stones. The reality is they haven't set a fair market value, but at least this provides a vehicle. As we planted a lot of flags over the last couple of years saying Wyoming's open for business. And in some of those situations, it's really worked. So with that 1%, change it to whatever you want, but the intent should be to let industry know, come plant some towers.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I have an amendment that could fix all that, I think, so.
Okay, thank you for that, Representative. Senator Scott, you had a question, then we'll go to Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, I've got the same remark as Representative Clem.
Okay, I look forward to that. That's two good people working that particular issue. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for the members of the task force or those who represent the industry. I mean, I always question this type of situation. If industry is not currently there, why would they come there now? I'm not sure that difference in price would make that difference for them, but would it? I mean, do they want to locate in those areas? And is the cost of that prohibiting them from doing so? Maybe there's another way to achieve the results of getting them to build the infrastructure. And is this really the infrastructure? Is the location of those lands really where the infrastructure is needed?
Kind of a good question, Senator, and kind of a cost benefit analysis that we kind of did, had testimony regarding why there are not any structures there now, that sort of thing. Most of the time it's related to cost benefit. But I think there are some state lands that may potentially benefit and expand our ability to reach remote locations. And by the way, sometimes it can mean reaching remote places in a city like Cheyenne or Casper. So, you know, our thought there was, as the co-chairman pointed out, these are lands in some cases where we're not making anything. We have very low leases that have been granted there, or maybe none at all. And it would be an opportunity for us to try to stimulate, and it might be just enough to encourage a corporation to come in or a person to come in. Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it goes to, I mean, on some of those state lands, state school sections, certainly there are towers on them now. Some of them, absolutely. As far as the intent of this bill, I mean, if, for example, industry's not going to go just throw down a tower where, on a piece that doesn't need it. But if you're industry and all of a sudden.
Well, the wind turbines.
Yeah, they might put wind turbines. Well, maybe not after tomorrow, we'll see. But the reality is, there could be, I mean, moving forward, imagine if you're industry and all of a sudden the state said, hey, if you want to put any of your towers on these state school section pieces, all they've got to do is go and get a map of state school sections, and they can look anywhere in the state of Wyoming at that point and find their holes. And so whether it works or not, I don't know, but paper's free and this is paper.
To go further with Senator Nethercott's question, what if we rolled out the opportunity? That's really what this bill does, is presents an opportunity for these communications companies to consider broadening that exposure to broadband for our citizens. And so Representative Clausen.
Just another major hole in a point, but so a tower on every school section doesn't necessarily work because they don't all have public access, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're landlocked. So even if you gave away the tower site, which is essentially what this does for 1%, that company still has to buy right away. They still have to work out all those things that everybody has to do right now. So
Then vote no, or don't move the bill. It's 6 o'clock. I don't give a damn.
Well, let's move this along then.
It's not a discussion because we've had this similar.
Sure. No, I think
I'm not picking on it.
You're exactly right, Representative. It's a small piece in a lot of mechanisms that have to work to get broadband out to remote areas of the state, no question. So committee, other questions? Anything else? We're going to go to any public comment. If anybody is remaining, I don't have anybody specific to this bill listed. But I see where Liz is here. So Ms. Zerga, public comment. Oh, excuse me, and Mr. Woody will come to you too, but Ms. Zerga, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Liz Zerga, representing the Wyoming Telecommunications Association. With respect to this bill, this is a bill that the Broadband Task Force brought to the industry and thought it was a carrot or an incentive. It's not something that we requested. And I do believe that it's possible that in some instances it might make a difference, especially for a tower provider who wants to provide services to a school. The only concern I had was that in pointing out all of these kinds of communication services that would receive this discounted fee, and it's pretty, lengthy in this bill. I wanted to make sure that this bill doesn't lead the Board of Land Commissioners or anyone else to think that these are the only kind of facilities that can qualify to be on these state lands, because it gets pretty specific about what you have to do in order to qualify for these fees. So I can tell you that my clients have facilities across these state land sections, and in some cases, these school land sections. They pay the fees that are the customary fees right now for those facilities. So if this bill moves forward, I did have a request, and that is that you insert a concept amendment on page 3, line 22, that nothing in this section shall be construed to restrict or limit the installation of or operation of communication facilities located on, in, or under state or school lands, or the ability of the state to grant easements, right-of-ways, or leases across those lands for communication facilities. The point is they're there already. They pay the full fees. this gets really specific, and most of those facilities wouldn't qualify for these reduced fees. But we need to make sure that they still can be on there, pay their full fees, and it doesn't in any way interfere or make the Board of Land Commissioners think that those facilities shouldn't be there because they don't serve these particular purposes. That's all my testimony, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Zerga? Okay, thank you, Liz. Appreciate it. Mr. Woody, come on down.
I like how they take their masks off when they approach the committee.
Subtle hint.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to echo a lot of what Liz said in her testimony.
Mr. Woody, speak up. Sorry, getting late. I don't want people to miss what you have to say.
I echo a lot of what Ms. Zerga said in her testimony. The really only thing that we see as really beneficial to Union is not the fees. It's the shot clock. The fees that we pay on state lands are reasonable and actually below market today. We do have quite a few facilities on state lands. The ones that we've tried to get to that haven't been built on yet, we're dealing with other federal entities to get to the state section. So I don't see this is as much an incentive for us to build on state lands other than just streamlining and speeding up the process to get through.
Mr. Woody, I do have a question. Is this a carrot that is worth throwing out there?
I think the committee can do what they would like. Mr. Chairman, I think there's a lot of things that this committee could spend their time on that would incent better things than this bill, personally.
Okay, well, I appreciate your honesty on that. Thank you. Committee, Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, he mentioned the shot clock. And why wasn't that in the other bill? The first bill?
Mr. Chairman.
The shot clock, I think, was the first bill, and this
But
one.
not for state lands. You had Department of Transportation, you had municipal governments.
Right.
Why not do leasing of state lands in the first bill with a similar kind of approval? Maybe it's longer.
It's a good
Maybe we could slip it in there.
It's a very good thought.
Before it gets too far out of this committee. And then.
The same thing we did the last.
Yeah.
Was it where we combined the two bills?
Same amendments that we did on the last bill.
Yeah, where we combined the two bills.
So Senator Scott, go ahead and weigh in on this as we ponder combining bills or maybe reopening a bill. So you see what Mr. Woody's done at this hour. Go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, a question for Mr. Woody. Mr. Chairman, if I could, this bill only does two things. One's the fee and then the shot clock provision on page 4 is there. I would think the Board of Land Commissioners would be pretty sensitive to the importance of expanding communications and broadband facilities. Is there a problem getting timely action out of that board? Do we really need this provision?
Senator, I can just speak from my own experience during this interim, and I've lost a little bit of faith therein on a couple of situations that have come to my house. For whatever reason, I've been led to understand that maybe we're a little bit all over the map there, but I don't mean to throw anybody under the bus. I'm just saying that we've run into some things there that are a little bit of a head scratch. So committee, I think the idea of maybe pulling something into another bill, we can reopen a bill and do that. We can instruct Mr. Fuller to help us out on that. But when we get to it, let's think about that, how we might do it. I want to complete some public testimony if there is anything further. Mr. Woody, anything else on this bill? Okay,
Mr. Chairman, no, thank you.
thank you so much for being here and being patient. 196, any other public testimony from the remaining diehards? Okay, anybody, Mr. Glass, I see that you're still with us. Mr. Babbitt is still with us. Gentlemen, any interest in weighing in on this one? Mr. Babbitt, thank you for staying with us tonight. We appreciate it. Director Reiner, anything on this one?
Mr. Chairman, nothing on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Glass has a comment. He says, no comment on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Glass, for staying with us. We appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to close public testimony on 196, state lands fees. Committee, what's the pleasure on this one? Discussion.
I think we should let her die.
Let it
Do you
die.
want a motion and then kill it, or you just want to, I mean, whatever you want?
If we don't have a motion, then we're going to move on.
Yeah.
Okay? So
move on.
No motion. So that bill will be set aside for lack of a motion. And there's always the opportunity for someone to pick that up if times allow or situations arise. Okay, so Brian, thanks for your patience with us tonight as well. If you could walk us through 198, version 0.5, Department of Transportation Communication Facilities. Thank you, sir.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. This is working draft 0.5. It's 13-03 on the meeting materials. This bill draft amends leasing provisions for WYDOT communications facilities, specifically those that are state-owned facilities, and specifies the disposition of lease proceeds from those facilities. So this is an amendment to existing statute 24-2116. Starting on page 2, line 5 through 7, it strikes a reference to the requirement for leasing excess capacity to have the Public Service Commission determine that it's necessary to provide those services to underserved areas of the state. So that is being stricken in this bill draft. Page 2, lines 8 through 9, insert state funded before communication infrastructure facility to distinguish between federally funded projects which may have separate requirements. Line 11, we're striking a reference to what an underserved area is for purposes of this section. And then page 2, line 15, currently the language is the rate of the lease shall be a reasonable market-based rate as determined by the Public Service Commission. The PSC is being stricken, and the rate of the lease, the new language on line 16 states that it shall not exceed 25% of the reasonable market-based rate. Then on page 2, line 18 is new language that contemplates that the rate of the lease could be the exchange or provision of in-kind services as the Department of Transportation negotiates. Page 2, line 20 is another insertion of state funded. Then moving on to page 3, lines 2 through 3, this strikes a sentence that requires the Public Service Commission to promulgate rules. Excuse me. And then page 3, lines 5 through 9, currently the proceeds of leases under this section go to the general fund. That is stricken, and instead any lease proceeds would go to a newly created WildLink Tower maintenance account. The funds in that account would be continuously appropriated and available only for use for maintaining, reinforcing, and repairing WildLink towers in Wyoming. Page 3, line 11. This inserts language stating that a broadband provider must certify as part of a lease under this section that the lease will result in the provision of broadband internet service at a specified speed, which is not less than 25 megabits per second download and not less than 3 megabits per second upload, and then latency of not greater than 100 milliseconds, not less than 80% of the time is measured by testing during peak period measurements.
Committee, I bet you hadn't thought about those speeds in a long time. Go ahead, Mr. Fuller.
Yep. And then, Mr. Chairman, finally, definitions are inserted in this section. A definition for broadband provider to mean a telecommunications company, a communications company that's defined in the first bill that we looked at, and a cable operator as defined by the federal statute. And then telecommunications company, which is used throughout the section, includes the broadband provider. The act is effective July 1st, 2021. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Questions, committee? Representative Clem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So like in the preceding bill, where is this essentially kind of a carrot to, for, you know, we're not charging the reasonable market-based rate, but it not to exceed 25% of that. So is that my understanding? Is that kind of the intent? Okay.
It is, Representative, and again, it goes back to just incentivizing whatever we can do to encourage these communication companies to reach out.
So,
So, Senator Case.
So is this bill to help YDOT? I mean, I'm trying to understand it. It says YDOT, you get to keep the revenues, but you can't charge all the revenues that it would bear.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to figure out if YDOT asked for this, and if they did
you really have to characterize it that way? You worked really hard on that task force. You know, now you've let the cat out of the bag to the director, who is still with us. He's so patient.
He's thinking of supporting the bill. He is.
Senator, that we'll come back to that on discussion. Since the director has been so good to stay with us this evening, I do want to get to the director of YDOT. Maybe we'll do that right now. Committee will come back and further discuss the bill. But Director Reiner and Mr. Babbitt, thank you. I want to get to you guys so that you can sort of drill down into this bill and tell us what it's doing and how it impacts you.
You bet, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Let me start, and because it's Mr. Babbitt's area, I'll kick it over to him for most of the comments. But a couple things here. One is certainly much of this language has been suggestions from us from the interim work, and I appreciate the ability to help shape these documents. Our intent is to be part of the solution. And I think that's what you see here. And, to the question of, does this benefit YDOT? The 25% is better than 1%. And it's not as good as 50%. And so the bottom line is again, we do understand, that we have the towers and are working to be part of the solution. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll kick this over to Mr. Babbitt, and we've got a couple suggestions.
I have a policy question, though.
So sure, Director, hang on just a moment before we go to Mr. Babbitt and Senator Case. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my policy question is, does YDOT want to lease out its towers? That's number one. And towers and other facilities. And secondly, are they doing any of that now? And that might be better for Mr. Babbitt, but
I think that's a great question. And Mr. Babbitt, if you'll hang on.
Or Mr. General Reiner.
I think the answer is yes. And the other thing to remember, committee, before we get too much further away from this, the director can weigh in, because during the interim, the discussion was those towers aren't being used now. So there's no revenue coming to anything that might help us to take care of that WildLink network out there. Mm-hmm. So what if we incentivized, because there's a reason that hasn't been requested to this point. If it's incentivized, maybe we can entice a company to come and take advantage of that tower by giving them a reduced rate on what they would normally have to pay. And so that's the underlying premise. And we can come back to that and flesh that out a little bit further, but go ahead, Senator.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you're exactly in the right area. The question is, are there people out there wanting to use these towers now? Have they approached YDOT? And YDOT said, no, you can't use them. And they said, but we pay full price. So where is the restriction on using the tower? And maybe it's a good one or maybe it's a not. But is it gonna, we're jumping to 25%, but we ought to find out more about whether they can even be used, I think. And maybe they can be used at full price and we don't have to leave money on the table.
Absolutely. No, very, very good policy question. And Mr. Babbitt, we're going to toss that football to you and take it away. Do you want to try to tackle what Senator Case brought up this evening?
He's muted. Mr. Babbitt is muted.
Babbitt, by golly, we can't hear you yet.
And the general's either really mad or he's frozen.
The co-chairman's excited though because of that big Navy flag right behind you, Mr. Babbitt.
Right.
Mr. Babbitt, we still can't hear you.
There. I think he's getting it.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
It's cutting in and out. I apologize, sir.
That's going to get you there. So thank you.
Oh, it said I was unmuted. I apologize for that. Again, as the director said, YDOT does want to be part of the solution on this. And as we take a look at we do already do the majority of these type situations, as Senator Case already mentioned. In the past, and I'm going to go probably back 3 years, YDOT was in a position where we did not take a look at this. We've certainly changed that stance. We've worked with service providers now. We have approximately 85 towers available right now with several more under construction. And that's where the state federal funds gets a little bit sticky. But so it's a site-by-site analysis. And if there's an area, we've shared our locations of the WiLink tower locations with all the service providers that have come forth. And each one of those has to be looked at individually as to, is there vertical separation? Is there room? Is the height? Is there wind location or the security? All of those things are certainly looked at from every aspect and worked with on a service provider. One of the real reasons is these locations are mostly in the rural areas on mountaintops, areas which are pretty challenging to get to. So in working with several broadband providers, typically the dish is a little bit smaller, but it may pick up a certain radius of ranches out there that were not possible before. So to answer Senator Case's question, yes, we are doing this right now. Absolutely. And if there is a trade of services, if it's beneficial to both of us, these are public safety. WiLink is first and foremost a public safety emergency communications network. And we take that very seriously to try and make sure that there's no interference, any issues with a provider that comes forward, and that we're on the same ground as that. Does that answer the majority of the questions on that element?
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, Mr. Babbitt. What happens to any revenue that YDOT would get from this? What does it go for?
Mr. Babbitt?
So Mr. Chairman, again, we do not have that many in place at this point in time. And the ones that we've had partnerships where we have done some trade of services with a tower site here versus another one. That has been the majority. We have just entered into our first agreement. And again, it's an area that is very rural, and the small percentage of that amount is planned to come back into the WiLink network per se for upgrades.
So, Mr. Babbitt, that trade out, by the way, is related to things like signage. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, at this point in time, no, it's specific to the tower trade-offs. It would be probably two different locations. We have agreements with the provider where we've got room on one tower and they help us get a location on one of their towers per se. So it's that type of a working agreement.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up Senator Case, and then we'll go to Representative Clamp.
So what I heard was that there is possibly a lease situation pending and that money would go to support WiLink. I heard that. So that's number one. That's and then number two, they came to this, they're coming to this arrangement on these towers. What do you think we would say? Well, you got to go figure out the market value and then you got to do 25% of that. Doesn't kind of mess up the negotiations a little bit? I'm
Mr.
thinking,
Mr. Babbitt, you want to weigh in on that question?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, we've worked with the provider to take a look at a rural section, A number one, to identify, A number one, what would be the 100% potential of customers that they possibly could even pick up in a rural area like that. Industry standards are roughly 60 to 70% of a take rate that might even take that amount per se. And again, when you take a look at the amount that the service providers charge for their service, I'm just going to throw out there as a rough number, $59 per month. For 6 customers, when you could only pick up 10, is not a huge lift. We realize that at YDOT, it's not going to be a moneymaker. We're trying to step forward and make, at least get a little something, and roughly, we are under the 25%. It's probably more like 5%, which could be an amount. We're certainly not looking at this as a revenue generation amount, but we do look to try and pick up some of the expenses of certainly maybe our personnel assisting, opening gates, those kind of things. Again, just trying to benefit the expansion of broadband.
Okay, so Representative Clausen, I guess. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Babbitt, when you guys purchase right away for your towers, do you have it in your contracts that you can basically sublay your tower to a communication company, or is that something you have worked out, or is that something that wasn't contemplated?
I apologize, sir. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Mr. Babbitt, sure. Representative, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Babbitt. So when you come up with your right of way or your leasing for your towers, or however it may be negotiated, do you have it set up so you can sublease to private entities, I assume, or is that something you contemplated when they set up the WildLink system?
We would prefer to work directly with the service provider rather than a kind of a sublease scenario.
I think, Mr. Babbitt, the concern by the representative is what sorts of rights of way do you have out there? Do you have the ability, for example, on private property and such, to be able to take advantage of additional additions to that right of way, or is it a hodgepodge? What's the setup out across the state?
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. It's a mixture. If you're starting to cross private lands per se, a lot of those negotiations have to happen with the service provider. They cannot piggyback on the back side of YDOT's access.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, Director Reiner.
Mr. Chairman, maybe just add on a little bit to Representative Clausen's question in terms of our ability to sublease on those towers. If it's a state-funded tower, which most of ours are, then we do have the ability to sublease on that and to negotiate a contract per se. If it's federally funded and the last 16 towers that actually were put up, and some we're in the process of putting those up, those are all federally funded. The rules are different, and we really do not have the capability on those towers to sublease because of the federal restrictions on the use of their money.
So, Director Reiner, no way to crack that particular nut? Is there any avenue that you could pursue to allow for access to those towers, or is that just completely, that's a door that's shut?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding would be that if we purchase those towers from the federal government, then we could do whatever we wanted with those. But it becomes an issue of the use of state funds. And so because we use federal money for it, the rules are very tight.
I assume that there would be federal regulations regarding that. And Mr. Glass just sent us a note to that effect as well. So thank you, Director Reiner. Committee, any further questions of YDOT? Mr. Babbitt, any additional comments on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I do have just a couple of considerations on the bill per se. On page 2, line 9, where it says state-funded communication infrastructure or facility owned, we would recommend that possibly infrastructure or facility be replaced with towers. The majority of this bill is specifically relating to towers is one of our recommendations. And then on page 3, line 9, after the word towers, scratch in Wyoming. We do have several towers that do sit in other states for better coverage per se. And then also possibly change the verbiage as to maintain, reinforce, and repair the WyoLink network or towers would be our recommendation.
So the question came across our screen from one of our other members of the public. What about buildings? If we just limit to towers, what about a rest stop, for example? You've got a building that you might want to allow for some access.
Mr. Chairman, that the way we approached certainly the way that the majority of this was written to focus on the WyoLink towers per se. The facilities, you know, I see the director's raising his hand.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, let me just, you know, that's an agency policy question. And I, you know, this suggestion was made to us and I agree. I don't think we're in the business of starting to rent out for 25%, you know, of the lease cost of our shops and our other facilities. What we're talking about here is the proponent of broadband and the use of our towers. And I think it's outside the scope of the discussion here to start talking about leasing out our facilities throughout the state.
Yeah, thank you, Director. Appreciate it. Committee, anything else for WYDOT this evening? Thanks for those recommendations, Mr. Babbitt. Senator Scott.
Chairman, question for Director Reiner. Are you all comfortable with that 25% language, or should we seek to give you broad authority to negotiate? You know, you're basically selling a byproduct here, and 25% is reasonable, but there's other possibilities you might get a little more in negotiation. What's your preference on that one?
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott, you know, we're okay with the 25%. Here was our take. Hey, the quest of the state is broadband expansion. We're an agency of the state, and we can support that. Our ability to negotiate is actually in there a little bit with the in-kind services negotiated. You know, would I prefer to have more than 25%? Absolutely. But you know what is we recognize the issue. And like we've said before, we are interested in being part of the solution. So we are not pushing back on the 25%. But thank you for that question, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Case.
Director Reiner, if this bill did not pass, would you still try to lease those towers that you've started to do so?
Yeah.
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, we would attempt to use that space to partner with our broadband partners, because we do see that as a benefit, because we actually are, as Mr. Babbitt pointed out, we are swapping services right now and hanging equipment on other people's towers. We would seek to have an exchange of in-kind services, because if there's a lease, it does go back to the general fund. And that does inhibit our ability to help, you know, maintain the assets that we're responsible for. So we do like the fact that if we gain revenue, it does come into a WyoLink maintenance fund. That does help us maintain the assets.
So, Mr. Chairman, I misunderstood the answer that we got earlier about where the money went. So, so the in-kind services you can use to benefit WYDOT, but if you got money, you got to turn it back in the general fund. And I can see that as being a problem. But, and that's probably one reason you might like to have this bill, but that's about the only reason, because anyway.
Senator, you hit on something. Yeah. The reason you noticed that a different fund was set up in this bill, and that's to benefit those towers directly, because that's what And I think that's really the reason we did that, because you're right. Anything that we generate is going to go back to the general fund. And you know what we do with the general fund.
Yeah.
We don't give it back to the highways, that's for sure. So,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
and I'll come to Senator Scott here in just a moment, but follow up.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the restriction is that puts it to the general fund. I don't recall that, and I'd like to know that. Several years ago, we had a bill about our state institutions and the institutional lands, and it was the same problem. They couldn't rent out the lands around our institutions to benefit the institutions because the money went to this general fund. We passed a bill that let them get a return for participating in using that land, and it was to benefit the institutions. That's what this needs, and that makes sense.
Sure. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, in addition, I would point out to the case that this bill gets rid of a cumbersome procedure with the Public Service Commission.
Yeah,
And I would think that that was important too, because you're dealing with relatively small amounts of money here, and their procedures are kind of bureaucratic. I think that loosens things, gives the YDOT much greater ability to negotiate with that provision passed as well.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Senator. Gentlemen, thank you. If you're able to hang in there just a little bit longer, we may come back to you with any questions we have. I want to make sure that we get to any other public testimony on this bill. So is there anyone else in the room that wants to testify? I'm getting a head shake. No. Anyone else in the Zoom room with us that would like to testify? Mr. Glass, would you like to testify on this bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And that's the reason why I'm still here. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, a couple of brief changes which I think would be agreeable. First of all, on page 4, line 5 of the draft bill, it's the "and" should be "and or." And I noted that and thought that'd be a good idea to mention that should be corrected. The other thing, which is more a little more of a conceptual thing, on page 3, line 11, section B, there are some requirements there that are simply not technically precise and are vague and could cause some problems. It uses the word speed for broadband connections, and the word speed is not a defined term. The speed of the data when it goes over a broadband connection is actually the speed of light. Now, there are various constraints and measures of the capacity of the connection, including bit rate, packet drop rate, which is also called CCQ, latency, and jitter. But the word speed doesn't really cover all of them. And so what we have here is potentially putting into statute something which doesn't technically have any unambiguous meaning. The other problem is that it specifies 25.3, which even if you did consider that to be one of the criteria, is not adequate for businesses that need symmetrical connections. Also, latency must be described as being to and from specific points, and therefore, as it stands, it doesn't really specify anything. So I'd like to recommend the committee do one of two things. The first is correct it at least somewhat, and I've sent you text that would correct at least the part about latency, or simply strike that paragraph B altogether. And this would be okay because, well, the market, not the government, really should be determining the parameters of broadband, and what people need is going to change over time. If a provider gets it wrong, no one will buy it, and the provider's investment will be wasted. So you can bet that the provider has an incentive on his own to make sure that he's providing what the customer wants. So I would recommend that you strike paragraph B, but if you don't do that, at least please fix it. Thank you.
Mr. Glass, thank you. Committee, any questions for Mr. Glass? And that speed portion that's being referenced, committee, really was something we spent quite a bit of time on. And so I'm a little mystified. I'm probably just completely forgetting that all of that information Mr. Glass shared this evening is something that I don't have any notes on. So I appreciate you pointing that out, Mr. Glass. And if any of this goes forward, we'll try to make sure that we drill back into that and revisit. So Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I have an idea for a fix for this bill. Okay, can I throw it out conceptually?
I think let's make sure that that we're done with Mr. Glass, and then that will complete public comment, and then we can come back to that. Is that okay, Senator Case?
Absolutely, and it includes Mr. Glass's suggestion, I think.
Yeah, okay. So Mr. Glass, any final thoughts? I appreciate you staying with us this late.
Mr. Chairman, those are my comments. I would appreciate fixing that section. I'm eager to hear what Senator Case has to say.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to close public testimony committee, and Senator Case, you've got some thoughts on this bill.
Mr. Chairman, I want to throw this at you. And thanks to Senator Scott for the points about the PSC. Thanks to Director Reiner about where the money goes. That's important. So this would be the whole bill. Upon application by a telecommunications company, the Wyoming Department of Transportation may, not shall, lease excess capacity on any state-funded communications infrastructure or facility owned by the Department of Transportation to the telecommunications company. The rest of the language is deleted. What stands is all monies, and I'm on page 3, this will be where it pick up. All monies received from any lease executed pursuant to this section shall be deposited into the WyoLink Tower Maintenance Account, which is hereby created. Funds in the account are continuously appropriated to the department, should only be used to maintain, reinforce, and repair WyoLink towers in Wyoming. Then delete lines 11 through 21, which is the section B. And then as you use in this section, I think we keep the 2 definitions, and that would be the bill. So what it would do is say, well, WYDOT, you may lease these towers. You don't have to. And maybe you want Shell, whatever. But the lease rate is, we don't do anything about specifying the lease rate. If they get some money, that gets to go to WYDOT. And I didn't mess with the definitions. I don't know if they're relevant or not. I didn't go there.
Mr. Chairman,
So Senator Nethercott.
I think we should move the bill, second it, work it. I second Senator Case's motion to amend it accordingly.
Thank you, Senator Nethercott. And we have closed public testimony, by the way. We are discussing the bill, and we're going to work it here in a minute.
All right,
I think
do pass.
So move do pass by Representative Clem. Do I have a second? Second by Representative Ayer. Okay, committee. So my only thought regarding what was just presented, and then we'll work the bill page by page here or go into said amendment. The only piece that we're lacking there is what we kind of spent the interim on in terms of incentivizing and giving some impetus behind getting telecommunications companies out there into areas that frankly aren't going to make them any money. And that's the only caution I have, but no heartburn whatsoever that leasing those towers goes right back into the maintenance of those towers. So, okay, committee, let's go into the bill, and I'm not going to go page by page, but let's consider the motion that it's been moved and seconded by Senator Case, Senator Nethercott. Does everybody understand that motion? Senator Case, if you could try it one more time. I want to make sure that Mr. Fuller is with us.
Okay.
If you just carefully outline that so that the committee understands.
So we would begin on page 2, line 4. We would accept the bill's language on lines 5, 6, and 7. On page 8, I'm proposing to change the shall to may, and that's certainly divisible if you want. And we keep the changes of the rest of line 8. We keep the the bill as it is through line 15. After the words the geographic area, then we delete, we basically be striking the old language, lines 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And the next page, line 1 and line 2, we would.
Okay, are you staying up with us, Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman, I am.
Okay, thank you.
And then we re-entry on page 3, line 3 with the word all, which is existing language, but we would accept the changes to that paragraph. And then we would delete lines 11 through 21 on page 3. That's the part that Mr. Glass mentioned. I'm retaining the definitions. Of course, it'd have to be renumbered, but I don't see any reason not to retain the definitions. So, Mr. Chairman, in terms of promoting broadband, these towers are in very rural areas. If somebody wants to use them to provide a service to customers, I think the department would be happy to entertain it. Whether when you're serving that few customers and the lease rates are pretty small, whether it's 25% of it or of $100 or $100, it doesn't really matter. There is potential, though, that someone could sweeten the pot and say, like government could, and say, if you serve these customers, you'll qualify for some money, like from the Universal Service Fund or something equivalent. Then they'd have a lot of incentive to go out there and pay more for the towers, but that would go into WIDOT's funds.
So, Senator Case, a second devil's advocate question.
Yes, sir.
Knowing the director that we now have for WIDOT, Mr. Babbitt, I am very comfortable with them carrying out and being team players and really getting after this front. If we make it permissive versus a shall, what's to keep the Department of Transportation from saying, you know, this is really kind of a headache to do above and beyond, and we're not going to get back what we're going to put into it. So why should we deal with a third party on some of our towers? Are we okay with that? I mean,
you got a great point, Mr. Chairman, but we don't know if this is going to work or not. But we have a director, cabinet level director, who's supporting the broadband efforts of the state, and so he'll try to implement it. And then the question is whether it will work or not. That remains to be seen. If it works, you can bet that future directors will be happy to continue the policy. If it doesn't work, well, we'll just forget about it. So we don't have to tell him because he's going to do it.
So, Representative Clem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing that I'm questioning on page 2 here on lines 15 through 23. So we're going back to the original language. So it's going to be based again on the reasonable market based or the.
Nope.
So we're getting rid of the 25%.
Yes.
Right. But that's still going to be determined by the Public Service Commission?
No.
Okay. That's where I'm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just easier if I just read it straight through it. And I understand why it's confusing.
Absolutely. Senator Case.
So the whole new paragraph A is going to read this.
This is page 2.
Well, it starts page 2 and it goes on to page 3, but it's only going to be like 3 sentences.
Yeah.
It's going to be upon application by a telecommunications company, the Wyoming Department of Transportation may lease excess capacity on any state-funded communications infrastructure or facility owned by the Department of Transportation to the telecommunications company. All monies received from any lease executed pursuant to this subsection shall be deposited into the Wyoming Tower Maintenance Account, which is hereby created. Third sentence, funds in the account are continuously appropriated.
Okay, so just to follow up on that, I agree with everything there. Do we need any kind of language though about the lines 18 and 19, or shall be provision for in-kind services as negotiated by the department, giving them that extra flexibility? Does that need to be in there?
Mr. Chairman, I think they said they were already doing that now. They have no statutory.
You know, I would think, Senator Representative, I would think, and we can ask the director to weigh in on that, Director Reiner. I would think that a lease could incorporate in kind sorts of considerations. Would it not, Director Reiner?
Mr. Chairman, my sense there would be if you kept the word shall, then I think the ability to or may do an in-kind lease would be required. If you say may lease, then I think I'm able to do other items. Would be my sense.
Okay, thank you for that recommendation, Director. Committee, any other questions or thoughts regarding a pretty major amendment here proposed by Senator Case? Question on it? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand to the camera. Is anyone opposed to that motion? The motion passes. Okay, we are back on the bill, and Senator Nethercott first, and then we'll go to Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have some cleanup amendments fast, as you know. On page 2, line 9, I think addressing some of Mr. Glass's confusion that I think exists, to delete or facility at that particular section.
So do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by the co-chairman. Senator, I'll come right back to that. Mr. Fuller, I apologize. I failed to check with you to make sure that you had tracked the amendment that we just passed. Are you good to go?
Mr. Chairman, I believe so. You know, I think the only question, I believe the definitions were not included in that.
That is correct.
I meant to leave them in the bill.
Yeah, okay.
To leave them, yes. Yeah. And Mr. Fuller, Senator Nethercott's motion, which has been seconded, I believe, hones in on page 2. Go ahead, Senator, if you would not mind repeating that.
Page 2, line 9.
Thank you.
And it's the deletion of the words or facility. In this particular section, it does give the inference that a building could be contemplated, but everywhere else in the bill, facility really is talking about towers and structures associated with communication facilities. But right here is where I think it creates the ambiguity associated with that. So I would move to strike that right there.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please.
Is it just, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Senator Nethercott, do you have any comfort from the fact that it says it's permissive, so they may lease it or they may not?
I think it's just cleanup and helps provide further clarity to an already questionable bill.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Chairman.
Now that, Senator, that hurts. Because, you know, you have a couple of task force members here. So
one of them doesn't care anymore.
At least one. One of them is leaking oil this hour. I'll tell you.
We're all leaking oil. Question on my motion.
Well, wait.
So Senator Case.
In the telecom world, when it says facility, that has some kind of meaning. It may not mean, it can mean a hut where the equipment's located. It can mean ducts. I don't know what we're trying to get at here. It doesn't make any difference.
I think Senator Case is correct. And when you read the bill in total, particularly when you start at the top, the bill is called Department of Transportation Communication Facilities. So why would I be striking that word or facility? What is Senator Nethercott up to? And it's because when you read it in context, that's where you get the confusion that I think Mr. Glass highlighted so well of, are you talking about leasing buildings? And this obviously eliminates that in light of the context of this particular paragraph associated on page 2, line 9. But the word facility is replete throughout the bill.
Facilitate this discussion.
Sensing that you're ready to vote on this motion? All in favor of the motion, please show your hand this evening. And show your full hand to me, please. Okay.
That's just the finger.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple other,
Oh, I get a vote against this, don't I?
I think I was gonna say, there are at least a couple of no's here. Okay, thank you. That motion does pass. Senator Nethercott.
all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if we go to page 3, line 9, if we can delete that in Wyoming and instead add network and after WyoLink.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Case. Discussion.
Question.
All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed to that motion, please raise your hand. That motion carries. Senator Nethercott.
Winning. One more particular amendment from the recommendation of Mr. Glass, and that's in the definitions. I think he was spot on there in identifying that error that we have from the and to an or in that list of definitions, I think.
Yeah.
Potentially, and I may be, we'll talk to Mr. Fuller about that, but I figured we'd bring it up for discussion because.
Mr. Fuller, would you be willing to hone in on that particular drafting question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a fair change.
Might as well make that a motion. Senator Nethercott, do I have a second?
Second.
By Representative Clem. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand.
I like it. We're running roughshod now, boys.
Is there, the horse is loose. Anybody, are there any
question on the
no
bill?
votes? That motion carries. So Senator Nethercott, anything else?
No.
Yes, no, I'm just kidding.
And so finally, you have something else to do. So Senator Scott, I'm kidding.
No.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott's last 2 amendments to the one I was going to propose, so it's been taken care
of. Okay, all right. Anything else?
Great minds
on
think
this
alike.
bill?
Question.
Anything else? So, Mr. Hewitt, if you're still with us, you're not on my screen here, or Mr. Fuller, if one of you would take roll on this bill, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Senator Case.
Aye.
Senator Nethercott.
Aye.
Senator Schuler.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
Aye.
Representative Clausen.
Aye.
Representative Clem.
Aye.
Representative Clifford.
Excused. Can I do it?
Yeah, sorry. Excused.
Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Ayer.
Aye.
Representative Murphy.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Lindholm.
Aye.
Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Unanimously adopted.
Full house.
We got any more bills?
Okay.
Surely we can.
Let's do net metering real quick.
If you all want, we could back up to committee-sponsored legislation for special sessions if you'd like. No, let's take them up in the morning. Committee, thank you for indulging an agenda change there and allowing us to move through it. I want to thank Director Reiner. I know you could not be here tomorrow, Director. Thank you for that. Mr. Babbitt, thank you for staying late. Ms. Zerga, everyone, we really do appreciate Mr. Glass. We'll continue to work these as we go along. But again, thank you, everyone. We are adjourned for the night, and we'll see everybody tomorrow.